Cooperatives and MSMEs Development Cabinet Secretary Wycliffe Oparanya has complained about low funding in his ministry, saying the lack of money is making it hard for him to work effectively in President William Ruto's government. Speaking before the National Assembly's Trade Committee on Thursday, Oparanya, together with Principal Secretaries Susan Mangeni and Patrick Kilemi, discussed the ministry's budget estimates for the 2026-2027 financial year.
My office, all the time I have to come here to get money for the operation of my office. I don't know if my office is recognized as one of the offices of CS in this government or is not. And I will plead with you that at least I should get a location appropriately, as pointed out by the PS cooperatives, that at least I need 200 million in that office to enable me to operate. I have to depend on these PSs. When I go out, I'm stuck out there. There's no fuel. I have to call any of them.
Air France and Airbus have been found guilty of manslaughter of a 2009 plane crash which killed 228 people. The Paris Appeals Court found the airline and aircraft manufacturer solely and entirely responsible for the incident, in which flight AF447 from Rio de Janeiro to Paris crashed into Atlantic Ocean. The passenger jet stalled during a storm and plunged into the water, killing all on board. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you indeed. It is now 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. How are you doing? It is indeed the day that the Lord has made, the 22nd day of May, 2025. 26, actually. In studio today, we do have a special guest because Siti Muga isn't available at the moment. He's attending to some, do I say personal issues? Yeah. So definitely he's gonna be away for today. But like I told you, we have a guest host, none other than Brenda Isabel. Brenda, a very good morning. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm quite well.
Yeah, asante sana.
You look absolutely beautiful this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah? Niliambiwa ni vizuri niambie watu wanakaa vizuri ndio nisijipate mashakani baadaye niweze kuulizwa mbona huko niambia nywele yangu inakaa vizuri. But a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah?
I'm glad to be here.
For the folks who don't know you, maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself. I know you do a lot of stuff on the humanities side. You also do a lot of governance issues. Yeah? What else do you do?
So, once again, my name is Brenda Isabel. I work a lot in the governance space. So, talk of human rights, checking on government excesses, gender programming, elections especially. So everything about just governance generally. Democracy, governance, strengthening democracy and governance,
All right. How is it being in that particular space? Sometimes it gets hectic.
It's a bit hectic sometimes, but I love it. I think I've done this for the past 18 years.
18?
18, yeah.
My goodness.
I started quite young,
Yeah.
So it's been a journey that I have enjoyed. I live, breathe, dream, sleep, elections, governance, basically good governance.
And you do it just in Kenya, or are you across the continent? Are you doing it also abroad, outside the continent?
I work across the region. I'm actually the immediate chief of party for the U.S. Embassy's Kenyan election program. So I work across the region. Currently, I'm also the executive director for Governance Hub Africa, which is a governance institution that works around civic tech. So we work to strengthen democratic resilience through technology.
And as far as your podcast is concerned, what is it that you discuss there?
I mean, I'm smiling already. So I also have a background in diplomacy. And one of the things that I'm very excited about is that we were able to launch a podcast last year. And basically what it does is to ensure that we break down the diplomatic jargon and the bureaucracy and simplify it completely such that general citizens can be able to understand.
Yeah.
As you may know, USAID, which is my former employer, was shut down based on an executive order from Donald J. Trump.
Right.
Yes. And what that means is that foreign policy priorities can affect countries.
Yeah, and we've seen that happening a lot, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, so in fact, as I was looking at the finance bill, I realized one of the core sources of government funding is, or even our budget, is foreign aid. Now you can imagine when Donald Trump decided, we're changing our priorities, it meant a lot to Kenya, and there's a big gap that needed to be filled.
Yeah. And a lot of folks in your space actually lost jobs, had to transition, go to other areas of their career or profession. It was a huge hit. But I feel like for a very long time, Kenya and perhaps majority of other African countries were very comfortable because of this aid that we receive from the Western world, and of course now coming from the Far East as well. But now we've had to adapt. I don't know, do you think we have adapted well?
I think we're adapting well, and honestly speaking, I personally was fired through an executive order.
You were fired?
I mean, clearly, when you get a no-work order, what does that mean? It clearly means you drop everything and you restructure. Yeah. So one of the things that I quickly learned is that you may work for a very big institution, but that's not your brand.
Yeah.
So who are you outside working for the US Embassy, for this big program, for the Brits or whoever they may be? So one of the things that I learned personally is that it's important to build yourself beyond the brand that you're working for. The second lesson I learned is that Africa is very resilient and able to adapt, because USAID was one of the biggest donors across the world, putting in a lot of money into government kitties, and governments were able to adjust. I mean, of course, there was a bit of grievance initially, but I think it's a blessing in disguise, because also we cannot be a continent that wants to sit at tables and, discuss and negotiate on behalf of the continent.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we are saying, give us aid. Yeah, so I feel like it's a good thing that happened. Of course, a lot of people lost jobs, me included, so I don't say that insensitively. I know a lot of my colleagues, there's a lot of good talent floating around because of that shift. I mean, like in Uganda alone, there's about 46,000 NGOs that closed down.
46,000.
Absolutely, yeah. So I was actually trying to get the numbers for Kenya. So I just don't want to be, spread misinformation about Nairobi, Kenya right now. But a lot of NGOs have taken a punch.
Roughly, how many people does an NGO employ directly?
One NGO?
Yeah.
It depends on the size. It depends on the work.
Let's go with the smallest.
The smallest could have like 6 to 10 staff.
6 to 10. So let's go with 10.
Yeah.
So assuming all those 46,000 NGOs had roughly 10 staff, we're talking about 460,000 people who lost their jobs.
Absolutely.
At the very least.
At the very least. And let's not even talk about the impact of that. The net effect of that is that if you look around a lot of apartments, there's a lot of landlords that have lost tenants. The people in the NGO folk support a lot of family members, whether in the city, rural settlements. That has been affected. People have pulled their children out of international schools and whatnot. So a lot of money has been lost even in the economy.
Sure.
Yeah,
because those folks were spending that money, whether it's sending or just locally buying stuff. Yeah.
Yes, the airlines. I mean, there's a lot of flying around. For NGOs, the work that you do is sometimes global or regional. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. We had the Africa Forward Summit a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Caused a lot of hullabaloo.
Brouhaha.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I have no. I love the fact that Kenya is forward-looking and we can host such a big meeting in Kenya. However, if you were to ask me, I am not very comfortable. I don't think it gives us the best image with our neighbours.
Really?
Yes, because the Francophone countries are kicking out France. And this is their colonizer, allow me to call it that.
Yeah.
And we are now inheriting a colonizer who is also inheriting colonies of the Brits.
Okay.
So it is, I personally strongly believe that if you look at the infrastructure of Africa, and when I talk about infrastructure, I'm not just talking about the development of the roads and whatnot. I'm referring to how our governance structures are set up.
Yes.
It was meant to benefit 1% of the 1%. And everyone else feeds from the pipelines. And this was by design. The reason why...
Are you talking about the governance structures of Africa or of Kenya?
Africa.
Okay.
Most of African countries were colonized. And that was by design. Of course, whichever settlers split up and decided, as we are taking Cameroon, you take this one, as we are taking Kenya, you take Uganda, take wherever else. If you notice, a lot of us have so much in common. So they empowered a percentage of the elite, which is so small. That's why I call it the 1% of the 1%.
Okay.
And made sure that they give them the plum things and they're fat and ripe, right?
Yes.
And now these are the pipelines that people are feeding from. Now, when we gained independence, one of the things that we should have done is deconstruct the colonial structures.
Okay.
I will give you an example. I personally, of course, do not support, takeovers of governments like what we've seen in the Sahel region.
Yeah.
But
you mean the coups?
The coups, yes.
Okay.
I mean the coups. And if you look at Traore, if you were to ask yourself why he's gaining popularity, especially among the young people.
Why?
It is simply because people are in love with service provision and impact and getting what they need from their governments. One of the things that Traore is able to skip is bureaucracy of parliament and ministers and pulling and back and forth. And
he's the law. He's the beginning and the end.
He's the beginning and the end. So it has its very grave consequences because if he becomes... in the event he becomes a dictator, I don't know whether he is or not. I'm not here to...
I mean, you could call him a dictator because he got there unconstitutionally.
Yes.
Yes. But at the end of the day, do the people of that country perceive him as a dictator? Of course not. They're looking at him as that leader that they never had, and now they have him, and he's delivering, just like you're saying.
There's I think it was, is it Stalin? There's a German.
Stalin was Russian, eh?
It's Russian, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's this thing about plucking a chicken's feathers.
Oh, yes, I remember that story.
Yes. So sometimes citizens don't realize that leaders are plucking their feathers and you're bleeding.
Yeah.
And they'll pluck. And at the end of the day, before you realize, ametoa mbegu kidogo za chakula ya kuku, sijui ni maybe mchele
ama
mtama ametupa chini, alafu umeingia
unarudi unaendelea kudona,
unaenda unadona alafu kisha dona unafurahi, unasahau umeng'olewa kila kitu. And also this is what I see in Africa politically, how we act.
Right.
Look at the electoral season. Tumekuwa plucked feathers for 5 years. Tumetolewa, we are bleeding, tuko na tissue hapa pale, bandage, and then they tupa some little mtama.
Yeah.
You forget you're
and
supposed
we go back
to.
There.
Exactly, and you even vote like you really don't care about, the things that matter.
Yeah. It's a sad state of affairs, I agree with you. Sometimes we are caught between a rock and a hard place. Because also in terms of the, I wanted to call them the array, but it's the choice of leaders that we have. Sometimes it's like you're either choosing this demon or this other devil, or you decide between this other demon that you don't know, but you know is a demon, but you're not sure to the extent that their demonic powers get to. So there we are.
It's you choose the better devil.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
And that's why we have a lot of apathy as far as voting is concerned. Because guys will decide, sometimes I might as well not vote because the choices that are available hazinifai hata kidogo. But anyway, let me give a few shoutouts here. We have Bruce Lee anasema, good morning guys. Is it true the matatu leaders walipewa kitu wakasema what maandamano? Well, I don't know, Bruce Lee. Perhaps, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Danson Kenya saying, good morning, City and Movie. I'm sure wherever City is, he's having a morning of sorts. But this morning, we're with Brenda Isabel. Douglas Kibogonga anasema, Furahide, good morning, RG team. Well, Douglas, good morning to you too. And then Biot Boaz amesema, good morning, Mbuvi and Brenda. I wish the RG family a good weekend. Thank you so much, Biwot. We wish you a good weekend as well. Louise Rudasingwa, she's saying good morning. Good morning to you too, Louise. Alafu kuna Alex Gyoko saying good morning, RG Kitale is tuned in. Thank you guys. Keep on sending your shoutouts. We shall definitely check them out. What is significant about this particular day? First of all, let me just let you know that it is the International Day for Biological Diversity. That is 22nd of May. International Day for Diversity, Biological Diversity. You can check it out on the UN website. That is un.org. And they're talking about the impacts of diversity in our localities, in our habitats. Yeah. Check it out. You'll also get to know about the theme of the day and so much more. All right. Meanwhile, what is significant about today is that in 1868, the notorious Great Train Robbery occurs in Marshfield, Indiana, where the infamous Reno gang makes off with about $98,000 at the time from an Adams Express company. In 1868, this must have been worth millions in today's money. Yeah. Sawa basi. That's as far as that is concerned. Brenda has a proverb for us. Brenda, which country is our proverb from, and what is the proverb?
So today I will share a proverb from. I have several.
Okay.
I'm trying to think which one.
Choose the best. Or choose the one that is close to your heart.
Okay, sawa. So I'm going to pick one from Nigeria. I like Nigeria because sometimes the proverbs are very dramatic. So there's a proverb that says, the cane that beat up the first wife is under the bed.
The kin or the king?
The cane. The cane,
kiboko.
Kiboko.
The cane that beat up the first wife is under the bed.
Is under the bed.
Okay.
Waiting patiently for the second wife.
This to me means that a cheetah doesn't change its spots, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because this is another proverb, of course. Or the fact that someone, just because they present a certain persona, doesn't mean that perhaps they abandoned a previous one. So kama huyu mtu alikuwa wa kuchapa baby, trust me, atachapa bibi mwingine. So kama wa kwanza alienda juu ya kuchapwa, mwingine akakuja, huyo pia atachapwa.
Yeah. So it could mean a lot of things. You're very right about that. And I mean, women have this thing of, sometimes you see somebody coming out of somewhere and you feel like maybe if you go there, you're better than who was there before. Half the time, you're very wrong. And it happens to both men and women.
Yeah.
But also, it's very relevant in our political context.
Yeah.
The reason why I say that is because we are going into an election.
Yes.
Zile mijeledi tulizo
tandikwa nazo
2022. It's highly likely ziko chini ya kitanda. Yeah, and nothing is changing.
And the husband will retrieve them.
Huyo bwana atatoa ile nyaunyo chini ya kitanda na tutaona.
Haya. Brenda ashasema. Ushasema.
I take it back.
Don't take it back. Now that you've given it to us, just keep it close, because we're gonna tell it to our guests.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they'll give us their interpretations as well.
Okay.
All right. Let's get into that website, radiogeneration.co.ke, and see what's making headlines in the last couple of hours. There's this story about Ruto, who is to address the nation on Friday over fuel prices and the transport disruption that we experienced on Monday and Tuesday. So if I can just read it out by Maureen Kinyanjui. President William Ruto will address the nation on Friday morning as pressure continues to mount over rising fuel prices, transport disruptions, and growing public concern about the cost of living. The announcement was made on Thursday evening by State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed, who confirmed that the head of state would speak to Kenyans but did not give details of what he will focus on. The planned address comes at a time when the country is dealing with unrest in the transport sector after operators staged protests and strikes over high fuel costs that have disrupted movement and business activities in several countries. All right. So we had this strike, Brenda. Some people are saying that this is happening the world over in terms of fuel prices. So why is Kenya taking it so personal? Why is the transport sector going on strike? I saw there's another country that has actually reported, Bolivia. I was watching the news yesterday. I think it was on CNN or something. But Bolivia is also planning demos. I think they've already started them because of the high cost of living due to the Strait of Hormuz situation. But before I make comments, what are your thoughts?
Okay. Well, I understand geopolitics has an impact on our economy, and particularly the cost of fuel with the Strait of Hormuz, the blockades happening between America and
Iran and the
Iran
US.
and
Israel. Yes.
Yes. One of the things that the government must work very hard to change is the issue of trust. There's a serious trust deficit. So whether this crisis is real or not, we are highly likely to react negatively because we don't trust what the government says.
Yeah.
And this is because of their conduct and how corrupt they have been. And we know that they're also opportunistic, cannibalistic sometimes, where they just wait for an opportunity to exploit Kenyans and stash money into their pockets. We know we have spoken about corruption time without number, but the bad things still keep happening, right? Now, but also Uganda's oil passes through Kenya. How much is oil in Uganda?
Much less than what we are paying in Kenya.
So what are we saying exactly?
Now, we sat actually with some folks in the fuel sector, also some guys in finance, economics, whatever. One thing that they said is the fact that, number one, our debt is much higher than that of Uganda, for example. So we need to get as much money from whatever sources we can get so that we can pay these particular debts. And that is why perhaps the fuel prices specifically in Kenya could be higher than TZ, Uganda, Ethiopia. And also there's the issue of quality of fuel. Now, I do not know whether we use the same quality of fuel, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, or ours is a bit higher than theirs. I don't know, but that could also be another factor. Now, as much as those guys said what they said, they were also saying that without, and they were honest about it. They said they didn't have the facts.
The statistics.
Exactly. Apart from the debt, the debt issue now, you and I, tunajua, it's kweli, you can find it anywhere. Yeah, and it got me thinking, at the end of the day, yes, there are all these differences, but the main question we're asking is there something the government can do to ensure that hatuumi sana? And guess what? It is actually evident that something can be done because the president did it a couple of weeks. Was it the president? Yeah, it was the president with the more or less the government basically did something about it a few weeks ago. Remember that time? I think fuel went to 200 and something. Then it went back to 197. Then this week it was at 242. Then it went down due to what? But kerosene went up. So the government can actually do something. The issue that we have been discussing here also with City Muga is the fact that there's no transparency as to the formula that is used
Yeah.
to tell us that this is how we arrived to 242, for example, or 214. No one really knows how it happens. We just wake up one day and EPRA tells us fuel is up by 2 shillings.
Exactly.
Or 10 or 40. Yeah, so the like you said, I agree with you. There's that trust issue, trust deficit. If only from the very beginning they had been telling us things in a transparent manner. Trust me, and consistently, even if the fuel price were to be doubled, I think Kenyans would be like, okay, that is necessary.
You know what, movie Kenyans are one of the most, and I say this with a lot of respect.
Yeah. First
of all, I'm very Pan-Africanist, so I love the entire continent. But Kenyans are very exposed, very learned, and very sharp. So, and Kenyans also are very resilient and understanding. However, sometimes when we think through accountability, we pay fuel levy. It's supposed to maintain roads, right? We have paid this since time immemorial.
I learned yesterday that it's been about now 3 decades.
Exactly. But you see the games that are played around maintaining of roads. So how do you expect Kenyans to trust you? I go back to the question of trust, and I keep saying even in elections, trust deficit is a very expensive thing. This is why every electoral cycle you will see, parliamentarians and the Electoral Commission, and I have been part of the group that has been working around electoral reforms for a long time. And we keep rushing to create a new blockade. Allow me to use the new terms being used in Russia.
Why not?
The Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. So we keep on coming up with new we want to strengthen this law, come up with this regulation, do this policy and whatnot. But the issue is we don't trust each other. We don't trust each other such that our trust deficit is so much that our ballot paper has more security features than the legal tender. As in, that's how expensive. Our not trusting each other has become.
Yes.
And this is why it doesn't matter what the government does right now. We know it's an electioneering year. We are very suspicious as a nation because we have seen governments creating crisis to raise the resources, funds for campaigns around elections. So one of the things that the government should do effectively, in my opinion, is communication, strategic communication. Like you were saying, they should have carried Kenyans along. That level of transparency. It clears a lot of the drama, and this is not just drama, this is people's lives. Movie, you and I may have had dinner last night. I'm pretty sure there's Kenyans who slept nja. Yeah.
I know of those who slept hungry.
Exactly, and those people are in our SMSs sometimes. Na ukimtumia pesa sasa, KRA wanasema pia wanataka kuchunguza wa tax, vitu kama hizo, na ushalipia ushuru. Yani, it's taxation, double taxation. We don't even discuss tax justice in this country because it's not even a thing that we can relate to. I
was actually telling CT that last weekend I attended 2 funerals. We had 3 funerals. I attended 2. And 2 out of the 3 we were unable to raise enough funds to give a befitting send-off. So we're still in debt, still fundraising for those funerals. That's how broke Kenyans are. We have another funeral the other weekend, and folks, and it's the same family. We're the same folks who buried these other 3 people last week. We are burying some others next week, and people are completely broke. We have hospital bills to pay, vendors, service providers to pay, and if I go back to maybe 3 years ago, this wasn't a problem.
It was.
In 3-4 days, you've raised all the funds, mumelipa madeni hospitali, mumezika mpendwa wenu vizuri sana,
umehaya mpaka catering,
mpaka pesa imebaki, wenye wajenda shule wanalipua school fees ya mwaka mzima. But right now, it's really bad. People are going hungry, like you've said. People are unable to bury their dead. You can't even afford to be sick in this country at this time.
You can't afford it. Do you remember during the Gen Z protests in 2024 is when I realized everything is not okay?
Yeah.
I remember there was a few politicians here and there making fun of Gen Zs and saying, au wanakula KFC, wanafanya tu content. Wako na iPhone, wamedropiwa tao, wamechukua Uber, wenda maandamano. I mean, these are the times. And I personally know parents who drop their kids off.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
To maandamano?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good for them.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
So, but there was this young people that some of the Gen Zs were shocked. That, oh my God, huyu ni nani anakaa mchafu. Guess what? Gen Z is a demographic. It is not an elitist club. So, kuna wale ambao walishindwa kwenda form 1. Walimaliza free primary education wakakwama. Wakaenda mitaani. Wengine wameingia kwa madawa ya kulevya. Wengine walishika mimba. Wengine maisha imewacharaza. Wengine wanaishi yani maisha ambayo our young people are not supposed to live. So when they came out into the protests, there was one section that expected to see everyone clean and shiny and with iPhones. And when they were infiltrated at some point, not by the goons, by just genuine Gen Z from the informal settlements, walikuwa wanashtuka. And I kept saying in every meeting, msishtuke, because there's haves and have-nots. Lakini nyinyi wote ni it's one demographic. You're all Gen Zs. And it just reminds me of how society is. There are two extremes.
All right.
There are people who sleep very well with pillows and everything, and there's somebody whose house was leaking the entire night last night.
There are people who don't have houses.
Let's
do a little bit of traffic. When we return, of course, we shall be checking out the papers. But right now, though, umekwama wapi? I'm looking at this is where? This is Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie is not looking bad at the moment if you're heading towards town, but if you're also coming from Tao, things are looking good. If we stretch it all the way back to the Junction Mall, that is Ngong Road, pia haikai vibaya. However, Junction, there's a huge traffic there. I'm assuming it's because everyone is trying to maneuver through that place heading towards Kingara Road, Naivasha Road, and of course the folks who are coming back from the night shift. Simba lakini Ring Road Kilimani kuna kaa vizuri tena sana. If I can check out Agwings Kothek, also not looking bad. Dennis Pitt inakaa sawa sawa. Cotton Avenue Kofiti, Oloitok Road, Kikambala Road, Ring Road Kileleshwa. You guys are looking good. Huku ndio kwa kina the haves Mudhangari huko Spring Valley huko ndio kwa kina haves kila kitu iko sawa. Deep Sea Slums huko ni wapi sasa? Sasa tumeingia kwa the have notes. As you're heading towards Karura Forest. Now, if I come back to Thika Superhighway, that can stretch from Utali Hotel heading towards Pangani. Do I even need to tell you? Hapa kumeshikana. But it feels like it's a 10-minute delay maximum. Outer Ring Road, not looking bad at this particular hour. You guys are moving quite well. Embakasi side za Airport North Road. Huku ndio kwa kina haves na have nots. Huku they split equally kind of, watu wa Feather Estate hamna shida yote. Eastern Bypass mkienda Kamakis, you guys are moving quite well. Now, this is another land of the haves. Huku kwa kina Mulolongo. People think Mulolongo watu wamesota. Huku watu wako na pesa. Have you seen the establishments huko Sabaki area? Sio Kimao area.
Those people are living in their own homes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So we're looking at the areas of that can stretch from Kitengela, the underpass, to heading towards Cabanas, kila kitu iko sawa, past Imara Daima. You guys are moving quite well. If I zoom out and zoom into Mombasa County, hasa Mombasa County huku ndio kwa kila mtu, Mombasa County is not looking bad. For Jesus, same as for Jesus, the roads are looking good. Actually, Mombasa usually doesn't have traffic around this hour. Makupa naona mko tu sawa. Jambo Village huko Airport Road, Chaani, Changamwe, Magongoni kule, Bombolulu, Kisaoni, Mtopanga. Nyinyi watu mwasonga vizuri, lakini ukiona chochote barabani ambacho nafaa kujua, longa nasi tupate katika mitandao yetu at Radio Gen KE across all of them. All right, let's get down to business and check out what's happening as far as your papers are concerned. And I will start with the People Daily. Higher taxes, fewer jobs, harder days for Kenyans. We've just spoken about this a couple of minutes ago. Now, the figures in Kenya shillings in EV, 4.82 trillion That is the total budget amount. 2.3 trillion money required to fulfill loan obligation. 1.3 trillion dedicated purely to interest payments. Eh? So what is left for development, really? According to one Dr. Patrick Muindo, who's a public policy expert, anasema it will be difficult for businesses that are energy consuming to manage their costs. It's all about instability. Businesses cannot determine their costs of production, so they also cannot project their profits. The government response is also very haphazard because it cannot conclusively say when the situation will normalize. Yeah, I also don't think anyone knows when the situation will normalize. Even America doesn't know when the situation will normalize. But Dr. Patrick amesema kile amesema. Then we also have Raymond Molenje. He is the Kenya Bankers Association CEO. He says financial services are not subject to VAT because they are fundamentally intermediation services that facilitate the efficient flow of capital. VAT on these services undermines the core principle of VAT as a tax on final consumption. And I agree with the CEO. Opinion: dangerous rise of Kenya's culture of cutting corners. That story is on page 10. Are pro-government politicians fueling ethnic tensions to escape public anger? I actually believe they do. Here's story on page 4. There's someone, and I won't mention names because Kenyans are very litigious, but there are some politicians who've been saying, do you know when President Moi was in power, people were saying that he's a bad leader, talking for 24 years, watu walikuwa wanasema ametuchosha. Then when President Kibaki came into power, no one was saying Kibaki must go. Then Uhuru came, no one said Uhuru must go. But now Ruto has come, now Ruto must go. Kwani nini mbaya na Moi na Ruto? Of course they were alluding to the fact that these guys are Kales. And I was just asking myself, are we living in the same country with these folks, Ama?
No, imagine this cannot be a tribal conversation.
Yeah.
We are feeling the pinch kiatu kinafinya.
Yeah. Kila mtu, hata hao wakali wanakafile.
Kila mtu.
Yeah. So that is as far as the People Daily is concerned. Let me check out the Daily Nation. Daily Nation, knife thugs terror. They're saying it's a dangerous trend. Stabbings are increasingly becoming a nightmare in the country, with a government report highlighting worrying assaults in at least 22 counties, including Nairobi, that recorded the most attacks by knife-wielding assailants between January 2025 and March this year, drawing attention to the growing threat. Now, the state agency has cautioned that the increasing frequency of the crime raises early red flags. That story is on page 2 and 3. Now, a few stats they've given here. Nasema crime of passion, number of cases 15. That's the last one here, right? Not known 9. Robbery with violence 8. Domestic disputes 6. Gang violence 2. Disagreements 2. Organ harvesting 1.
What?
Okay, it's not funny, but wait. Land disputes 1. Jilted love 1. What's the difference between jilted love and crime of passion? Anyway, election related violence 1. Mental instability 1. Serial killer 1. With one death, you're not a serial killer. You have to have several, right? Anyway, political violence wanasema 1. Sasa politics na election related.
Hizi statistics zinatoka wapi?
Hizi zimekuwa kwa nation, lakini nation wanasema zimetoka kwa I'm assuming this could be the Kenyan National Bureau of Statistics. I'm not sure, because they're saying the state agency has cautioned that the increasing frequency of the crime raises early red flags. I don't know which state agency is this.
Why do I feel like this is grossly underreported?
Especially hapo kwa serial killer, you can't be a serial killer with one murder.
Yeah.
Political violence.
Lover 1.
Yeah. Hizo ziko kadhaa, si ndio?
Mingi sana.
Sexual assault 1. No, these ones are many. Actually, in the last 1 year, I think we've reported about 6 cases.
Too
I'm
many.
not wrong. Yeah. Leadership wrangles also 1. So they're saying it's a total of 51. Anyway, they haven't told us who exactly has given this stats. Yeah. But anyway, the entire story is on page 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Ruto flies into raging fuel storm, convince crisis talks. Yeah. President William Ruto arrived in Kinango, Kwale County yesterday to flag off a rural electrification program targeting 400 households. Now, the head of state flew back to the country early yesterday, landing in Mombasa for a week-long tour. However, he will be most keen to avert resumption of the crippling matatu strike over high fuel prices. That story is on page 4. Ghanaian man recounts how goons torched his car during fuel protests. Yeah, I remember this guy. He was in the news on Monday. They burnt his Mazda CX-5. I don't know if you saw that. Apparently, he had UDA paraphernalia in his car.
Yeah.
And they decided, the guy is Ghanaian.
Oh, he's Ghanaian?
Yeah. Videos of a black Mazda CX-5 car burning in Githurai on Monday during protests against high fuel prices sparked outrage. The owner recalls the incident. Story is on page 8. Why Orengo's state security was withdrawn. Siaya Governor James Orengo blames his criticism of President Ruto's administration and his role in the Linda 190 movement for the move. That story is on page 5. Anything else? No. Remember James Orengo said something about Governor Wanga? And Governor Wanga said, you know what, I forgive you. I won't even fight you. I won't do nothing. I choose forgiveness over this fight we think we have, which I think was a very smart move. Because now that disables Orengo. You have no comeback when someone says, I forgive you. Yeah. Anyway, what do you have on your side of the paper?
I mean, I'm still trying to absorb everything that you have just spelt out for us this morning. So, according to the Standard, as usual, is injecting the big letdown. Yeah. On the front of the newspaper, we're talking about Speaker Moses Wetangula and Amason Kingi are under fire for appearing more preoccupied with presidential, campaigns for President William Ruto's re-election than the crippling fuel crisis that has hit the country. Yeah. So Parliament has remained silent and absent.
Yes.
Refusing to convene an urgent sitting to address the pain at the pump. Yeah. Instead, Wetangula toured Mount Kenya, preaching political calm, while Kingi joined Ruto's coast rallies, attacking the opposition.
These are our speakers, yeah?
Imagine. Where do we draw the line?
You're someone in governance. Help me understand. Me, I'm just a noisemaker. But help me understand. Is a speaker should be impartial, right?
Yes.
Non-partisan.
Yes.
That's why they resign from their positions in whatever parties they
and
held.
serve the entire nation.
Yeah. So you shouldn't be Kenya Kwanza. You shouldn't be opposition. You shouldn't be one term or two term. You're just serving Kenyans.
Yes.
In Parliament. So
clearly what they've done, they have actually abandoned their constitutional duty.
Because there's a time I saw Speaker Wetangula at a function somewhere, literally saying that this government has delivered and we need, like, I'm paraphrasing of course, and that we need to give President Ruto a second term. Now, I really don't care who is campaigning for who, to be honest. But I was like, is he supposed to say that?
Do you know, so they have not just abandoned their constitutional duty, but they have also refused to defend Kenyans. And they have, if you were to ask me, I'm sorry, they've become a cheerleading squad.
Can they, like, can Kingi today campaign for Matiang'i, for example?
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
There's something called election campaign regulation.
Yes.
So there's a bill that has always been muzzled by Parliament on election campaign regulation, finance regulation actually, because by the time two speakers are campaigning for the president, do you know what that means? You're using state resources.
For sure.
It is unfair because they're not playing by the rules of the game. Because you're using government choppers, you're using fuel,
vehicles,
you're using
security operators.
Yes, and you will reimburse people transport and whatnot. This is government resources. And you're going there in your full regalia as a speaker who is paid by the taxpayers. Meanwhile, we have now the opposition that don't have this advantage. And this is why this law, election campaign finance regulation, was important.
Yeah.
So it is obviously not right, not just not right. It is illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like, and that's why I was asking, can Kingi today support and say, you know what, I am campaign as Wetangula supports say Ruto, can Kingi come and say, me, I'm supporting Matiang'i, Kalonzo, Maraga, or whoever?
If they do that, of course they will be crossing their boss.
Wait, who's their boss? The president?
Of course.
I thought they were the persons in their
No, you are serving under the
legislature.
behest of who?
See, there's legislature, there's judiciary, and then there's executive.
My dear, that thing is such a bad make. Ni kama githeri saizi.
Yeah,
Yeah. You cannot.
it's bad.
It's really bad because the Parliament was supposed to be pushing back on government excesses.
Yes,
This is not what they are doing.
they are supporting government excesses.
Yes, they are ni cheering squad wameva sisal skirts.
Mm.
Yeah, they're doing what
Wow.
is unthinkable. Yeah. Do you remember when it was time to impeach Gachagua?
Mm.
What happened?
You
They
know-
even received circulars
Yeah.
not to leave Nairobi
Mm. Until the
so that
impeachment
it is done.
Yeah.
And this is why you must always remember that the issues we go through as a country is because of a lack of goodwill. Because where did the goodwill come from?
What I've heard about Gachagua is that he alijikaranga na mafuta yake. From what I have heard, I wasn't there. You know, the entire time I saw the impeachment thing going on, I was really sympathizing with him, and I was like, "Wow, oh yeah, like guy, is that bad?" Eh? Then stories started emerging after that apparently he used to bully the Mount Kenya MPs, Central Kenya MPs, or whatever you want to call them. He couldn't allow you to see the president without his express permission. You couldn't even do your own
He was
development.
like a gatekeeper.
Exactly. You couldn't do development projects in your county or constituency or whatever it is that you're in charge of without him knowing and ensuring that he has a hand in it of sorts. So I had that. How true it is, I don't know. But the fact that it has been said so many times by both opposition and government folks, and I'm like, perhaps this is true.
So as a government practitioner, sometimes my opinion is really never leans on whichever side. I stand with the truth. So because I'm very non-partisan in my thinking, what I'm saying is simple, that I wish the same energy they used in building consensus about removing Gachagua is the same energy we would see when it comes to the issues that are pressing Mwananchi. Because I know I can tell you how many policies we have been pushing for the longest time. And they've never seen the light of day. You will never see parliamentarians full house. You will never see people, they've come, they are voting, they've lobbied, they've used the kind of strength we saw. So this is why I'm saying political goodwill is something that can save taxpayers also a lot of money.
True story.
Yeah.
True story.
Yeah.
All right. The whole issue about what we've just actually read about those politicians, the speakers. I don't know when, because I've never seen any of the other speakers. I remember Jasim Turi, as much as the time is kind of hazy when he was speaker. I can remember Marende. I don't remember at any one point when they were pro-Gava. Them, they were just pro-parliament, and they did what needed to be done in parliament, and that was it. And everything else, even when they were in functions where the president was, they were very impartial. And I liked what I saw at the time. You could tell for sure they are with this guy. I mean, it's a fact.
It goes without saying.
Yeah, but it was never,
So
holding hands
blatant.
and kumbaya kind of situation.
This is, from my political readings,
Yes.
this looks too desperate. In fact, it makes the president look bad. Yeah.
And do you think the president is seeing it from your perspective?
Let me tell you, whether he sees it from my perspective or not, his ship is leaking, and he could sink.
Yeah.
And the reason why he's all over the country, sometimes answering everybody and doing all this mumbo jumbo, is because he knows he's in trouble. Yeah.
Well, knowing that you're in trouble and doing something about it are two different things, because I feel like every time the president tries to do something, things don't always work in his favor. For example, when he has flown out the country to go and meet, when he was in Azerbaijan, and he was talking about the affordable housing situation, and he said that Kenyans who are slum dwellers are now living in skyscrapers. And he went viral here in Kenya, and guys were like, he's lying, he's doing this, and I was like, maybe our definition of skyscrapers have changed. I don't know. Are Kenyans in slums living in skyscrapers?
Mbovi, allow me to let us think through what a manifesto is. Manifesto ni kama tuseme if we were dating. And you were dating someone and you want to marry them, and they come and say a lot of things about themselves. I'm this, I'm that. I can make chapati, I can do this, I can do that. But when you start living with them, you realize vitu kwa ground is different. Yeah,
they can't make chapati to save their life.
Yes, that is exactly what a manifesto is. A manifesto sometimes is like putting lipstick on a pig. It is still a pig. Yes, so people create a lot of colorful language, come up with a very big document saying this is what I will do. My challenge with politicians is that they lie a lot during campaigns and they can barely deliver half the things they promised.
Yeah.
Now, when you want a re-election in Africa, you force your unreasonable plans through people's throats. But a good leader has something called adaptability.
Yeah.
If you start implementing something and you realize it's not working, what would you do, Mbovi? You have to sit back, reflect, restructure, and say, okay, this is what we set out to do, but it's not working. And looking at the needs of the country, looking at how much money is lacking to push this project and whatnot, then you will make sure that the needs of the people come first.
Sure.
But you cannot just go ahead with your manifesto. You're killing people with this housing levy and many other things that we cannot afford currently. You know, the people that are paying for housing levy to put people in homes don't own homes. They're all in rental. So what are you saying? You know, and our income is not going up, but taxation is. I think KRA thinks that they can tax Kenya into prosperity. You know,
how do they do it in other countries as far as the housing, affordable housing is concerned?
I think there are a lot of factors to consider. I mean, it depends on a lot of factors. For instance, the economic situation of the country. The income people are making, the state of the economy, the cost of living, on even basic things, education. You know, before you wende kule mbali kwa kusema, we want to make sure there's a population of the country that lives this kind of life. You must first take care of the basics. When a woman comes to give birth in a hospital, you don't start saying, oh my God, this is the best baby shawl. I like the blue, I like the pink. That argument is irrelevant at that point. You first have to take care of this lady that came in labor. You have to do sonography, check if the heartbeat is right, check if, you know, her blood pressure is okay, do the needful, make sure she goes through the entire labor process, check dilation, see what time the baby is coming, is the water breaking or not, is the doctor going to break it, does she need to go into a CS or is it going to be a normal delivery? I'm using this, you know, analogy so that because I think this conversation is beneficial to a lot of people.
True.
And we lose a lot by leaving this space if people have not understood what we are saying. So this manifesto is talking of baby shawls, but there's a woman who is in need right now.
Yeah.
You know, and this is just you know, of course, I'm just trying to create a picture. You know, it could be male or female. It's not just about women, but I'm just saying we have more pressing needs.
I totally get you, because other people have been saying more or less what you're saying, that did we really need houses right now, or do we need water, for
Can
example?
we afford the houses?
Yeah.
Is what we're also asking.
Did we really need houses, or do we need better healthcare? Because you're building houses, fine. People are dying. Who's going to live in those houses? People can't even afford those houses that you're building. So you're going to have a ghost town or a ghost estate or a ghost whatever it is. And the whole issue of, there are people who are asking, why should I be taxed to build someone else's house? And it's not going to be my house. I was hoping that you would tax me so that eventually I can own that particular house. So,
Yeah.
all these questions, and they're very
NHIF,
valid, by the way. Very, very valid. Whether the person or the people asking are right or wrong, at the end of the day, they are citizens of this country and they deserve answers.
And you know what the saddest part is? That the next regime will not care about this manifesto. So this is the
They'll
problem.
come in with their own thing.
Yes, you cannot just, when you come up with a manifesto, please try to stay as much as you can within the constitution and what is good for Kenyans. Because you cannot come with your ego and saying, I want to say this is what I did under my belt. And immediately you leave office, your projects are going to be abandoned, right?
Yeah.
So you have disrupted an entire economy for how many years? 5 or 10 years? For what reason?
We were having that conversation with CT, of course, and other folks. And we were saying that Kenya either doesn't have a master plan or has one that has just been shelved somewhere.
Akuda master plan.
Na tukakuja kujua ukweli ya mambo ni kwamba Kenya iko na plans nyingi. We have the Vision 2030 as one of the one that I think a lot of Kenyans would know about. There are others before that one, but Vision 2030, hiyo ndio wa Kenya wanajuanga vizuri. And a lot of the things in the Vision 2030, we are 4 years away from Vision 2030, but hizo vitu hakuna kitu imefanywa. Wamefanya kidogo for sure, si ati wameacha kila kitu. But we were wishing or hoping that President Uhuru would come in and just continue where President Kibaki left. Then Ruto would come in and just continue. And the next president will come in and then continue. Then by the time we're done with 2030, we can say, okay, we have achieved this.
We lose a lot of money because of that madness. Even in institutions, let's just take a corporate, for example. If one CEO is leaving, they will brief the other one. This is Umali Nimefika, this is what we're working on. This is our strategic plan. Even if you leave midway, they're going to come and continue with corporate culture and a lot of things. The problem we're having is that each leader comes and they think we just got independence yesterday. And everyone just decides, you know what, I'm going to change the face of the money. I'm going to change,
No, change this building. Remodel State House.
Kila mtu enda upaint Mombasa white. Sijui nenda, yani
you know, even in counties, and this is very evident in counties. Why do we have people asking for monies that haven't been paid for 10 years?
Imagine.
It's because Governor Brenda alikuja akajenga hii studio.
Sema amen.
Akeka amen. Akeka hii console, akeka hizi computers, akeka, you know, all these beautiful seats, furniture, nini. Then Governor Mbuvi comes in and decides, no.
You don't like my taste.
I'm changing this computer, I'm changing this console, I'm changing the furniture, I'm changing the walls, everything. And then there's someone who did the previous work that Governor Brenda did and has not been paid. Then me, I come in with my own folks. First of all, the ones who were not paid are pesa. So I deal with my guys.
Yeah.
Then by the time we're done, Governor Edna comes in. Governor Edna decides, you know what? As a matter of fact, this studio needs to move from here. Let's take it to Kawangware. And you're like, guys, we already had a studio.
Yeah.
Can we just do other things? And if we're doing something different, can you just add on accessories? Now, have cameras, for example. Improve on the lighting.
Yeah.
But you just don't come and just dismantle everything and start afresh. That is what happens in the counties. Because you wonder, who mtu alifanya supply ya hii barabara? Hajalipwa. Mwingine amekuja barabara bado inajengwa. Huyo pia hatalipwa. Mwingine amekuja barabara bado inajengwa. And you're like, guys, we can't do this for 20 years.
Yeah.
This is where we are.
Inaitwa majimbo.
Yeah. But you see that trickles, it started from somewhere.
It did.
And then it just came down to these folks, and then they're propagating it down further the stream. And that is the problem we're facing as a country. I agree with you. There's a lot of wastage.
Too much wastage, too much duplication.
During President Uhuru's time, we were told it's 3 billion a day. Oh, no, sorry, 2. Then now in the Kenya Kwanza government, we're told it's 3 billion a day. And we say those figures as though they mean nothing. Do you know, if we think about 3 billion shillings a day,
what can 3 billion do? Imagine.
And it's at between tomorrow at 7 a.m., now it's 7 a.m. Tomorrow, we shall be talking about another 3 billion lost today. It's crazy. It's time for the news with Winnie Maganga. Don't go too far. In the next hour, I shall be telling you who our guests is going to be, or guests are going to be. So, msisonge mbali na sisi.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has warned universities, colleges and examination bodies to strengthen checks on academic certificates ahead of the 2027 general election. The commission says they are concerned that some people use fake certificates to qualify for elective seats, without studying or meeting the required qualifications. Speaking at a workshop in Kisumu on behalf of EACC CEO Abdi Mohamud, Western Regional Manager Eric Ngumbi said cases of forged certificates usually increase as election approaches.
The EACC urges universities, colleges, examination bodies and the regulators to strengthen their internal controls, including examination and qualification systems, to protect the sanctity of academic certificates.
You go to any public office and demand for verification of the documentations, a quarter of staff will be having problems. So, as officers of the committee of the board, commissioners and of this committee, we must be able to insist and stick and weed out forgery of academic credentials.
The Association of Media Women in Kenya has raised concern over increasing cases of gender-based violence and femicide in the country. The group says more women and girls are being killed, assaulted and abused, often by people close to them, including partners and family members. In a statement released on Thursday, the organization accused the government of not doing enough to protect women and called for urgent reforms to help stop the rising cases of femicide and gender-based violence. The Ministry of Education plans to gradually replace paper-based exams with electronic tests to cut the huge cost of printing and managing national examinations. Basic Education Director General Elias Abdi said the ministry will work with the Kenya National Examinations Council to introduce digital assessment as part of wider education reforms. Abdi said exams have become too expensive in the country and paperless testing is expected to help reduce the costs in the coming years. President William Ruto has announced that the government will buy a new ferry for the busy Likoni crossing in Mombasa to help reduce congestion and improve transport services. Speaking during his coast regional tour, Ruto said the government has set aside 3 billion Kenya shillings for the project and the new ferry is expected to start operating before December this year. He also announced an additional investment of 500 million Kenya shillings aimed at improving mobility and transport infrastructure within Mombasa County.
Nimeona watu wa Mombasa wakivuka feri hapa. Mimi nataka niwaeleze wangwana wa Mombasa na kule Kwale ya kwamba tunawatengelezea feri nyingine. Kabla ya December, we have committed 3 billion shillings. By December, we will have a new ferry to reduce the congestion here at this ferry. Na pia kule Mtongwe, we are investing another 500 million to make sure that mobility is improved in this Mombasa County.
Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni heavily criticized international media, specifically calling out networks like CNN for spreading fear and panic regarding the Ebola situation. Speaking at a tourism expo, he expressed that Ebola is highly treatable if reported early because doctors can successfully manage the deadly high fevers. Uganda has so far confirmed 2 imported cases of Bundibugyo strain of Ebola virus disease linked to the DRC outbreak.
Giving you some few hints on science, because I noticed there's a lot of panic created by people who don't know science very much about Ebola. I was watching CNN spreading fear through ignorance. Ebola is much easier to control than corona.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. Today, City is not available. He is attending to a personal issue, but he will be back on Monday. In his position is Brenda Isabel. She's a governance expert. So Brenda, once again, karibu tena sana.
Thank you so much.
How is it so far? Baridi mingi?
Kidogo.
First hour ilikuwa
iko tu sawa, iko sawa. Ni weather tu.
Weather tu umezoea.
Sawa, yeah.
Yeah.
And we do miss City, by the way.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Okay. He is a lot of fun. Just a few shoutouts here. Danson Kenya saying it's starting from Russia. Oh my, what? Oh, Starling from Russia. So, manatukumbusha that conversation we were having earlier.
Yeah.
Kagema saying, morning movie. Mgeni Brenda karibu sana. Hope shopping ilikuwa na maziwa na sukari tupike chai. Kasema hope mwalimu hafikiri retirement though. No. If you remember, I was also unavailable last Fridays because, like I said earlier on, I had a funeral to attend to, and City Muga is also attending to a funeral of someone close, so that's why he's unable to be here today. Patrick Mutie, umeandika message ukadelete. The real LC amesema, is Russia friendly to black immigrants? Is it friendly to black immigrants? I've had friends who've studied in Russia.
Yeah, not so much. Racism there ni mbaya.
Funny thing is, I actually have Russian friends who live here in Kenya, and we do business together. They hire my services a lot. So I find them very friendly. I hope it's not because they need my services.
Actually, because we also have family friends who are Russian.
Yeah,
but see what wabaya, generally they're good people.
Yeah.
But like, of course, Africans, kuna mali ukienda tu, you become a specimen.
Yeah. Ati specimen.
Yani
unaangalia hivi vifani. Aya, sawa. Amesema no speaker is partisan. Look at USA. Our speaker is from the the Republican Party and only focuses on Republican agenda. Okay. Rilesi is listening from, I think, Seattle, if I'm not wrong. And Asema, a speaker is elected from the party with the majority. She will be partisan. I think the president was referring to high-rise buildings. Affordable housing program is a game changer. It's affordable. Movie, get your facts right. Rilesi, I honestly, sijui mtu mmoja mwenye anaishi huko, but sisemi ati hakuna watu wanaishi huko. I'm sure it's not ghosts that we are seeing there. However, there are some folks who've come here from those particular regions where we have those affordable housing projects, and they're saying those houses are given to specific people. Now, again, I do not have the facts. I do not know anyone specific who lives there, but when a crocodile,
but this is the feedback.
Yeah, when a crocodile comes out of the water and inakwambia the hippo is sick, you will tend to believe it because they live there together.
Now who is the issue?
I mean, I hope you know what, your conversation to Yachiapo. And then he goes on to say the gas prices have also increased by an average of $1.4 per gallon here in the US. It's a global issue. You're very right, really. It's a global issue. But I ask myself, fine, Kenyans are very aggressive people. We like going to the streets a lot. And like you said earlier on, we are very discerning and we know our rights. And we shall complain whether we are right or wrong until we are told, we're given the facts, right? But Bolivia have also gone to the streets. A couple of months ago, Bangladesh went to the streets. So we can't really say that Kenyans are crazy when we are seeing Tanzanians doing something similar. And this is just about governance issues. Forget even the fuel prices. So when we see Kenya going to the streets, we can say, hey, like in Kenya mnakwanga very aggressive. But now you see Nepal doing the same. You see Tanzania doing the same. You see Bangladesh doing the same. You see Madagascar doing the same. Inafika mahali mnasema hapana, there has got to be something wrong somewhere. Yeah. So, again, like I said, it is what it is. Abdi Kadir, Abdi is all the way from Garissa. Anasema, morning guys, I need to listen to you offline. Yeah, Abdi, Depending, I think you are you in Garissa, because Garissa frequency is 89.5, yeah, and also the Nairobi one is 88.8 FM. Mombasa is 90.7. In this particular hour, we were supposed to be hosting Cleophas Malala. He's the deputy party leader of the DCP party. Bado hajafika. I hope ako njiani. But we were to discuss the politics of fuel, ethnic profiling, and of course the roadmap to 2027. I want to focus a little bit on this ethnic profiling because it has been on the mouths of some politicians.
Yeah.
We have seen it again. I don't want to mention names because the last time I mentioned names, I was served. So for today, I will refrain, but I will say it anyway, minus the names, of course. We have found it time and time politicians being personal, but they've gone beyond being personal to now being ethnic, and I thought we had left that particular space a while ago. NCIC CEO Dr. Mutegi, I think it is, he came here a couple of days ago. We had a conversation about the same, and he said NCIC currently, as it is, because they're still waiting for the commissioners to be, I think, sworn in.
Yeah.
There's very little that they can do. However, as CEO, he says that he reaches out to these individuals personally, like he calls them. He'll pick up the phone and call Brenda and ask you, hizi vitu nasema bana, kwenye uoni kidogo ni kama unachoma. But do you think our politicians understand this concept of kuchoma? Or them, they're just living for the moment?
They understand. I think for me, there should be consequences for certain things. Yeah. You cannot say hate speech is illegal, but then you can call them on a body basis and say niaje. So you can punguza yo. Don't use profanity. Yeah, unless there are consequences. People understand consequences, especially politicians. Yeah.
But also, who allows these politicians? Because they don't say this in secrecy. They say it in front of their constituents.
Yeah.
They say it in front of their ethnicity. Because you will, like I'm from Kitui County, utapata politician Mkamba akisimama mbele ya Wakamba alafu atasema kitu mbaya kuhusu jamii nyingine. And the people there will cheer. Why? Because they either agree with him, that means they've been harboring same feelings towards that particular ethnicity.
By the way, it communicates something.
Yeah. Or they just don't realize that this guy is sowing hatred. Yeah. It's very easy for you to support your mom or your dad when they're talking bad about the neighbor. Sema unajua hata watu hawakulangi vizuri, hata hawaogangi, hata mzee sijui anakuanga na nini. You as the son in the house, of course you will cheer on your dad or your mom. Yeah, but we rarely tell our parents apana dadi wacha kuongea mbaya juu ya neighbor. So it escalates rather up into the larger society. That's how I look at the situation.
And the truth of the matter is it also escalates political tensions. Yeah, and being a country that has experienced post-election violence, I believe we have to be very careful, especially around this electioneering period while people are campaigning.
Yes.
Acha kama umpendi mtu, don't take it personal and do personal attacks, because we are seeing it trickling down to Mwananchi, whereby there's a lady who had tattooed the president's picture on her body, and she was lured into a corner, doused with kerosene, burnt, and I believe she passed on in hospital.
Yes, she did.
She did. It's very sad. But you see, these things start with our leaders. The level of political intolerance we are witnessing, where we have seen assassinations on motorbikes. An MP is going somewhere for whatever reason. It's a political move. Anangushwa, Mara, there's somebody else. You know, there was a Sotsi who was, beaten up by goons for whatever reason. Or, you are campaigning in my region. Yeah. It's a free country.
How dare you go against someone?
Exactly, and then people are sent to you. So, and I have seen this working terribly wrong for Nigeria. Sometimes politicians, this thing of goonism, you put people together and think these are your defenders, and they go and attack and beat up anyone and violate anyone who opposes you. But at the end of the day, these criminal elements remain within society. When President Buhari was being elected in 2015, I happened to be in Nigeria.
Okay.
working on some element of the election. One of the things that I saw is that there's a lot of young people from Togo, Benin, that came into the country, and they came in as ruffians and goons and whatnot, and they were armed.
They were brought by politicians?
Yes.
Okay.
Brought by politicians, and this is what has become a terrible issue right now. We have a situation where the level of insecurity in Nigeria is insane.
Yeah. Because of that time.
Yes.
And you're saying that they were imported from Togo, Benin?
From neighboring countries, and they've mixed with the locals. Some of them have become Boko Haram. If you check, Nigerians will tell you these were people who were imported during election times.
Yeah.
So while you think you're using them today, tomorrow they could become something very lethal.
Yeah.
And cause entire country problems.
Well, you cultivate a militia.
Yes.
All right, our guest has arrived in the studio. He is the Deputy Party Leader of DCP, that is Honorable Cleophas Malala. Mheshimiwa, a very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Yeah, you're well?
I'm good.
Mali umetoka, I hope kuko salama kabisa, eh?
Kuko salama kabisa.
Unaafektiwa na fuel prices?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Unajua tunaonanga waheshimiwa ni kama nyama. Amsotangi, mnakuanga na do 24/7.
You didn't see Oparanya crying about fuel yesterday when he appeared to defend his budget.
Yes.
Fuel affects everybody. It is quite unfortunate that this government prioritized the matatu sector only. How I wish they had an all-inclusive approach to address the issue of fuel, because fuel affects farmers, it affects matatu owners, it affects manufacturers.
Yes.
Basically, it affects every aspect of life, and therefore they would have widened the engagement of all the stakeholders.
Yeah.
And it's quite unfortunate that such a scenario is happening at the benefit of one person.
Yeah. Because even some of the viewers, because we've been talking about this fuel thing for a while now, some of the viewers are saying, but also see what kuna countries kama Ethiopia, I believe it is, price has gone up and there's no maandamano, but Kenyans kind of feel special to go to the streets or refrain from going to work, or people pulling their matatus from the streets. What would you say to that?
Two things. One, Ethiopia has not increased its price.
Okay.
Ethiopia is still cheaper than Kenya. Second, Kenyans are going to demonstrate about the fuel hike because, as you can see, the landed cost of fuel at the port is 117 shillings. The rest that has been uploaded on that figure are taxes. So Kenyans are not happy to see high prices of fuel, yet they cannot see the services the taxes are used for. And therefore, I think it's a matter of being prudent in what we collect as taxes, because Kenyans feel very bad as we are struggling with life. As a common mwananchi is struggling with life, you can see our president in a luxurious aeroplane. Jet, like you pay 5 million per hour.
It wasn't per day?
No, it was per hour.
What?
Yeah, the figures that were coming through are 3.2 million an hour for that particular plane.
Still, that's insane.
Yeah. So people feel that, come on, we have leaders who are enjoying, and we have the common mwananchi who is struggling. We have children who have not been in school since the schools opened because they lack school fees.
Yeah.
Yet the president is flying in luxurious jets. Capitation money has delayed.
Textbooks,
medical services are at their lowest. And therefore, I think it's the issue of even if you are taking advantage of the tax regime that you have and collecting money from the citizenry, you must have a way of being accountable for the taxes.
Is the country broke, Mwesh?
The country is not broke because...
and by country, of course, I mean the government.
Yeah, the country is not broke because Kenyans are paying taxes. And you cannot have a broke country. During Uhuru's time,
yes,
State House allocation was 4.6 billion. At the moment, is 17.8 billion.
Almost times 4.
Yes. Uhuru spent 90 9 billion for 4 years. William Ruto has spent 89 billion for 4.5 years.
Actually, let me just ask you something, Mahesh. Help me understand. Me, I'm not a politician.
I've been pressing us this morning.
I have been to State House, I think, twice.
Yes.
What exactly happens? And I'm asking, hii bedeni nauliza tu roho safi nielewe. Kama unajua uniambie. What exactly happens at State House that they would need all these billions?
You see the president, first of all, the State House has been gazetted as the official residence for the president.
Okay.
That's where he's supposed to go and sleep and rest and have his private time.
Okay.
His official office is on Harambee House.
Hii iko hapa town.
Yes.
Opposite Bunge.
Yes.
Okay.
Since we elected President William Ruto, he has never stepped in Harambee House.
So I almost asked you if he actually operates from there.
He has never gone to that office in a single day. He has never operated from Harambee House.
Okay.
So he has turned State House into a political arena whereby he meets delegates, he brokers deals, and he has tainted the garment of respect that had been accorded to the State House. And therefore, to me, I think the guy is in business because all those delegations, when they go to State House, they outsource catering services. The company that has been given that contract is Weston Hotel, which is his hotel.
A conflict of interest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
One person is charged like around 8,500 per meal.
Per meal?
Yes.
But we know the cost.
Full cost.
Yeah.
Full cost. So it is a State House has become a conduit.
Yeah.
Of
so every time
of siphoning state resources.
Every time we see groups going there for empowerment, like we saw people from Kirinyaga County there, 8,000 per person.
Yes, they eat.
Hiyo ni chakula peke yake.
Yeah, then they're given fare of 10,000.
That time teachers went there, 8,000 per person.
Oh yes, 10,000 teachers.
Hiyo ni chakula peke yake.
So you're saying just going to State House and coming out can actually give you income for the month?
Oh yes, that's why many people struggle to go there.
Mheshimiwa, I want to ask you something. You know, you were the UDA Secretary General.
Oh yes.
And I know you were at the forefront campaigning for President William Ruto.
Oh, yes.
How did you shift? Because a lot of Kenyans right now would feel like, you know, you're the people that sold us this dream. And you obviously jumped ship. So do you mind making a comment on that?
Yes. Oh yes. First of all, I want to apologize to Kenyans. But at the same time, tell Kenyans that the same way they were conned, the same way I was conned. William Ruto sold to us a very good narrative during campaigns. Because if you go through the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, you will really appreciate the vision that manifesto carries. When I got into office as Secretary General, my work was very simple. First of all, to keep track on all the promises inside the manifesto and the presidential pronouncements and declarations. These roadside declarations, chini ya wiki sita ndafanya hivi, chini ya miezi tano. That was my work. So I broke down the manifesto into promises. I found we had 172 promises. And then I kept on updating the promises with the presidential pronouncements. I even developed a tool, an application whereby the president can track his own progress.
Development, yes.
So we used to have a team that can evaluate and even give percentages as to where the projects have reached. So when we brought this tool, I think William Ruto does not like seeing his ghosts. So like he sees, wow, out of 172, I'm only at 2%.
The truth will set you free.
Yeah, it's good to appreciate where you are. You promised this school 5 million shillings that will deliver a school bus. Up to now, you've not delivered. This is a political trap for us because come 2027, we will be politically accountable. The party will be politically accountable. You promised these people this, and this.
But Mheshimiwa...
So, At that point, William Ruto started seeing me as an enemy. And then came in the Gachagua
impeachment.
It started slowly. It started by them wanting to amend the UDA constitution to have 2 deputy party leaders. So they wanted in first to bring in Kindiki as the second deputy party leader, and then eventually kick out so that we do not have a gap when they kick out Rigathi. Because the constitution says clearly the party leader will be the presidential flag bearer.
Yes.
And the deputy party leader,
the DP.
Yeah.
So if you removed Kindiki, if you removed Gachagua,
right,
as deputy president, we'll have a vacuum. So they had to introduce 2 deputy party leaders. So as an honest Kenyan, I was hesitant to implement that as the Secretary General. And that's when they started saying, oh, I am a friend to Gachagua, oh, we want to overthrow him. And there came the Gen Z demonstrations, 25th of June, 2024. Now, us, we are not part of these blood-shedding shenanigans. We pull back and tell him, okay, you deal with the issue. Gachagua goes to court. He tells me, issue a statement saying this and this and this. And me, I'm seeing it doesn't make sense. You see, I cannot go and issue a statement supporting young people dying in the streets. So again, I skip those press conferences. I'm not outspoken on that subject. We tell him, come on, just reduce these taxes. He doesn't want to listen. So he profiled us. He made everybody who surrounds him to profile us. And slowly he kicked us out.
Okay.
And that's where our predicament started.
Okay.
You had a follow-up question?
Yes, I did. You know, you mentioned one of your key responsibilities was looking at the manifesto, and you said there was 170-something, 172 promises, right? So, but we were discussing earlier before you walked in. Karibu sana, by the way. It's good to have you. We were having a discussion about manifestos, and the general public feels like these things called manifestos are the promises you give when somebody wants to marry you, right? And you know the way we were talking here with Mbuvi, we're making fun of how sometimes somebody can say, you know, I can make chapati, I'm good at mahamri, I can do bajia and whatnot, you know, and etc. But now, at what point do politicians sit back and say, this is the manifesto I set out to do, but kuangalia hii manifesto na reality and the needs of the people and the money available is not matching? At what point do you step back? Because sometimes manifestos are things that are forced through the throats of Kenyans, whether or not we can afford it, just because it was your dream. And half the time, you and I both know that when people are campaigning, you have a team around you. Half the time, this is not information that is very analyzed and scientific, that is going to fit into, and there's a lot of factors that affect the economy beyond that election.
You're saying it's not realistic?
It's half the time, manifestos are not realistic. At what point, Bwana Secretary General, and now you're the deputy party leader of DCP, you know, at what point would you advise even a party leader and say, you guy, this thing is not working?
As you've said, the manifesto is just a wish list. And most often, it is made when you are out of government. So you don't know the realities in government. It is wise. It is responsible upon the leadership of any party. Once they get into parliament, into government, they check how the government is and where we are, the status as of when you get in, project, come up with the next financial year budget, and then you can rework. You see, you can have a wish list here, but have an implementation matrix.
Yes.
Some of the things that you had said you'll do, you can postpone them beyond the time that you wanted.
Yes.
And strategic communication is key.
Yeah.
You communicate back to the same
people
who elected you and tell them, come on, we had said this, but now
tumerealize
deni ambazo tuko nazo and we cannot sustain this expenditure. Therefore, we are suggesting as a party that we adjust our manifesto or our implementation matrix. This can wait until the next term.
Did you
and
ever?
I think that's an honest way of doing business,
it is.
by the way.
But did you ever advise the president?
You know, the worst,
some of these promises.
Yeah, the worst thing. First of all, we advised him to stop continuing promising. Yet he has not.
Wait a minute. So the promises zilikuwa zinaendelea.
Yeah, see presidential pronouncements. Mheshimiwa Rais, hii barabara yetu hapa haijafanya nini, tunaomba utusaidie. Okay, chini ya wiki 6
mtakuwa na hiyo barabara.
Kabla mwende Christmas
mtakuwa na hiyo barabara.
Sasa hiyo it keeps us, it puts
ya Mombasa Road kuna barabara tuliambiwa before Christmas.
Mombasa Road kuna kuwa na flyover. I think there's a flyover going to Thika Road. Na expressway inakuja nikienda Thika, si ndio?
Hata ile ya kwenda Western. Walisema kabla mkule Christmas mtaenda na barabara mzuri. Right, up to now the Rironi Mau Summit Road you know, it has no contract.
What?
Yes.
What do you mean it has no contract?
Gachagua, His Excellency Gachagua dared the president to publish the contract. The SGR that he launched has no contract.
But are the works on? I've not been to that side. Are the works ongoing?
They have started the excavation.
Okay.
But I can assure you,
hakuna contract.
No contract is there. William Ruto was depending on IMF funds. He was also depending on disposing public assets, and that's why there is this hurry in disposing public assets. Imagine the money that we are getting out of selling Safaricom.
Yes.
KPC. All that money is coming to this SGR Rironi Mau Summit Road. So you ask yourself, after we've sold everything to do 2 or 3 roads, where will we get money to do other projects? Will we sell ourselves? So it's not a sustainable way of developing a country. A country is supposed to be developed through economic stimulus initiatives, initiatives that can enhance money supply, ifike katika mifuko za watu. But as we talk right now, a few individuals are gaining, but the entire populace is crying.
Muhesh, there's this whole issue of ethnic profiling. I can't remember exactly who said this, but several leaders, especially in government, have been saying that perhaps President Ruto has been attacked because he is from Rift Valley. The same way President Moi was attacked because he was from Rift Valley. They are saying that Uhuru never met this kind of issues. President Kibaki also never met these kinds of issues. I mean, there were protests here and there, yes, lakini hii chuki ngumu sana na chuki mingi sana haijaonekana before.
William Ruto has made himself hated. People dislike him. People detest him because of the things that he's doing. You cannot say that, and that's where I disagree with him totally. When William Ruto was being elected, every Kenyan knew that he's a Kalenjin. He has not started being a Kalenjin just the other day. People loved him when he was still a Kalenjin. And therefore
Kikuyus voted for him overwhelmingly.
49%. 49%. And I just want to take you you down the memory lane.
Yes.
And remind you that in 2007-2008 post-election violence, William Ruto was alleged to have committed crimes against humanity. And it bordered on killing children and women in church. You remember the Kiamba incident?
We remember.
That is a septic wound in the hearts of Kikuyus. But it took only 4 years down the line for Kikuyus to forgive him and elect him as deputy president. Uhuru Kenyatta mistreated him. But Kikuyus said, you had promised Ruto
his presidency.
They stuck with him. They voted him. They put him on the helm. He never believed. He even cried when he was pronounced as president. Now that he mishandled the relationship between Kikuyus and himself, he now starts seeing Kikuyus as his enemies. This is a narrative meant to divert attention. All these theatrics they are trying to come up with are trying to divert Kenyans' attention to the finance bill and to the high cost of fuel. You can see, like, for example, and it's quite unfortunate that this gospel singer, Rachel Wandeti, it is quite an unfortunate incident.
Very
that we
unfortunate.
Lost a mother, a sister in that scenario. But you see, governments are now wailing more than the bereaved. You can see government protesting against government.
Actually, President said that her death will not be in vain.
But you see, the president is trying to insinuate that all this was done out of the sentiments. Rigathi said that tutaua nyoka na watoto wake. Rigathi Gachagua did not incite anybody to go and kill anybody.
No, yeah.
That was a figurative expression. Suggesting that, come on, as we take this regime home, we must also take those who support this regime.
You know, Mheshimiwa,
I was just completing on the issue of Rachel. Now, William Ruto wants to clinch on that straw and say that it is through that incitement that Rachel was killed. The same government police officers have ruled out the issue of the tattoo and the issue of
political
motivation behind it. So William Ruto is not objective in his reasoning. He just wants to clinch on that tribal card. We are asking him. We had Ojwang, who died in the police cells. The DIG, Langat, was the one who was alleged to have ordered the killing of Ojwang. Up to today, William Ruto has promoted, has maintained Langat in office, and is even contemplating promoting him to be the IG. Up to today, we had more than 300 Gen Zs who lost their lives and were injured during demonstration. Nothing has been done, no compensation. William Ruto is not talking anything about that. Just the other day, when Gen Zs were protesting in Kakamega, one Derek, a very young boy from Shtao village, was shot in the head by police officers. 30 minutes after his ultimate death, they had already stitched the wound in the mortuary. You cannot see anything. They have stitched, and the police officers have refused even to allow the parents to book in the occurrence in the occurrence book. Yes, as we speak right now, the family is in need. And it's quite unfortunate that William Ruto has not spoken anything about it. So let him stop trivializing a very, very serious issue with political innuendos. Let him be responsible as the president and allow institutions to work. You remember, William Ruto went on top of a roof shouting himself hoarse that Rigathi has disinherited the wife of his brother. Later on, it came out that was not the case. So the guy has political vendetta, and he doesn't know that he is not just William Ruto. He is the president of the Republic of Kenya, and therefore he must hold himself in that high esteem that we expect him to hold himself. And therefore, this issue of tribalism, we must address it once and for all. We want, and I'm doing a very serious audit on the appointments William Ruto has made since he became president. William Ruto, when you check the PSs, leave alone the CS. CS, you know, those are just it's just an optics thing. But the real guys who run government are the principal secretaries. When you look at the principal secretaries handling dockets that have serious budget allocations, all of them are Kalenjin. look at how he has strategically placed Kalenjin in boards and CEOs. Out of 100,000 teachers that he claims he has employed, 48,582 are Kalenjins.
Okay.
Yes. So we will be asking this country to have an honest conversation on who really is Amkabila.
You're saying 50% of those teachers are
Kalenjins.
Okay.
And he issues out those letters in the streets. Hey, wewe chukua hii mabarua, peleka hii barua kwa mkono. He has turned himself into TSC.
Okay.
Look at the principals heading national schools in this country. Almost 52% are Kalenjins. So the real Mkabila in terms of practicing, we have now the budget for 2026-2027 financial year. Take the departmental budget, attach them to Kalenjin principal secretaries. You'll find that they control 72% of the budget. So who is Mkabila? We must have that conversation and know, are you called tribal because you speak in your native language? No. Tribalists are those who practice negative ethnicity.
Mheshimiwa, are you going to make this information available?
Oh, yes.
To the public?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I will. And I want to write to the National Cohesion and Integration Commission.
Right.
To tell us, why is it that at the moment we are doing strategic transfers ahead of the election? Administrators.
Okay.
When you look at areas where they do not support, William Ruto has no good tangible support.
Yes.
He's sending there Kalenjin officers to intimidate people, to cause chaos, and to bring mayhem so that they can suppress voter turnout.
What do you mean?
For example, in Tigania East,
okay,
that is Meru County. So far, since William Ruto disagreed with Rigathi Gachagua and he realized that the mountain had slipped away,
okay,
146 young men have died in Tigania East.
Since when?
Since 2023.
Okay.
146.
Tigania si ni kwa Wameru ama mimi ndio sijui?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Kwa Wameru. I want you to listen to this.
Okay.
I was there on Saturday to bury 6 young people.
What is killing them?
Banditry. Now, we have Samburus crossing over to Tigania East, taking over their cattle, killing them, and then they go back to Samburu with the same. Now, this is what has happened. The county commissioner of Meru has been promoted to go to be the regional after overseeing 142 deaths. Now they take this county commissioner from Samburu, just the neighboring county, who is a Kalenjin. They bring him to Meru. And Merus are saying, come on, you are the one who has been hiding our cows there. You've not been protecting, you've not been bringing back our cows when they go there. Now you're coming here. Now as we speak, the county commissioner for Meru is a Kalenjin. The police commandant for Meru is a Kalenjin. The AP commandant for Meru is a Kalenjin. The anti-stock theft commandant is a Kalenjin. The neighboring county is Siolo. All the 3 top police commandants are Kalenjins. Go to Samburu, the same. So he's trying to overpopulate Kalenjin officers in Mount Kenya so that they can intimidate Mount Kenya, so that they can so that they can profile Mount Kenya and ensure that they suppress their voting. Look at the chaos that was witnessed just the other day. They are trying to paint Mount Kenya as a region whereby it is the only region that causes chaos. They send their goons during Mandamano, stealing from people's shops intentionally. And that is Murkomen's work. That's why he was quick to come out and say that all these shenanigans and Mandamano are from Kikuyus. They want to profile Kikuyus against the rest of Kenyans. We have said that we cannot allow a tribe to be profiled. We are all Kenyans.
There's a time that narrative was directed to the Luo community.
Exactly.
And they were called a lot of things.
Yes.
And something of this of a similar nature happened in the way you've said, mambo ya kupeleka polisi kule Luo Nyanza. So are you alluding or alleging that it is now currently happening to the new, if I may call them, a Luo nation, which is now the Mount Kenya region?
To areas whereby William Ruto has got no tangible support. He is transferring their police officers, OCSs, OCPDs, because he wants to use them during elections. We will be asking for all the transfers that have been done for the last 1 year to be published so that Kenyans can know.
You know, Mheshimiwa, what you're saying is very concerning. There's something called early warning mechanisms.
Yes.
For whenever you want to check whether there's going to be violence in an electioneering period. And from what you're describing, first of all, there's a lot of misinformation between politicians. Anyone can go to a podium and say the reason for this particular incident is because this particular politician did X and Y. But I think also Kenyans are very smart and they can tell. We are also seeing a situation where the public, the general public, is inheriting bad manners from politicians because of the level of political intolerance. You will agree with me that we have also seen assassinations happen. We have seen people being intimidated. We have seen your team, being intimidated and things like that. So we have seen a lot of things. Kenyans are watching, and that level of political intolerance is being inherited by the general public. And now what we are seeing is the general public now, ukipatwa na gari kona paraphernalia ya UDA wanachoma, ukishikwa na hivi, because at least democratic principles should allow people to compete, but it's not enmity. Now, just going back to your party leader, the level of the choice of words that are used by these political parties, whether it's on campaign trails or in meetings in churches, let us also be honest. There's when that tone is that harsh, your followers are likely to take it up and act sometimes. And it happens on both sides, all politicians. So I think as a deputy party leader, how can you help us de-escalate this situation of high-octane politics?
First of all, I agree with you. It all starts with the leadership. And I want to take this opportunity also to say that as a growing politician, some of the times we've gone off-road and it's incumbent upon ourselves to change.
Yes,
so
please.
I acknowledge the fact that politicians and the leaders of this country, sometimes they set the tone. However, in literature there's something called causality. Cause and effect. You cannot start with the effect and then the cause. So whatever you are talking about is the effect of how government has handled divergent views, or people who hold divergent views. You've seen we've been trying to organize political gathering meetings just to engage the public and to mobilize people to get into our party. But that has been met with
which is your right as a party.
Exactly, constitutionally. But that has been met with excess force. We have had our meetings being distracted by police officers escorting goons. Now you see, if you perpetuate that culture of police officers working with goons to disrupt a political gathering, these goons will now get the habit of disruption, even minus the police. They will feel immune to anything. And that's why you see in areas like Babadogo, you saw the Babadogo MCA having a meeting with youth in a room and telling them, nataka kuwatuma, wajua kazi yenyu pia ni ya kudunga watu visu, kuna kazi ya kuua. Nothing has been done. I raised the issue. I even raised the issue with the Principal Secretary of Interior.
Yes.
But since that MCA is a friend to the PS and is the person who is being used to mobilize goons in Nairobi, nothing has been done. You saw in Witima Church, we were attacked inside the church.
Inside the church,
Hawajali, unaenda paka kwa msalaba ya Yesu, bado wanakupiga tear gas. Inside the church, that is being insensitive. So, young people in this country, some of them are seeing, they are learning, kumbe inawezekana, kumbe we can use goons to disrupt war.
Yeah.
So it becomes a culture. So this culture of goonism is going to burn down this country. And I think this is as a result of William Ruto panicking. You know, between me and you, we know that William Ruto is a one-term president. Kenyans are hungry. Kenyans, even in your heart, you cannot admit right now, but even in the way you are looking at me, you know, you are agreeing with me. William Ruto is a one-term. It is inevitable. The guy has messed himself up. He cannot recover. If you know that, him is a consumer of raw intelligence. Every day he's being briefed. He knows that he's going home. So he has switched on the panic button. And he's doing anything humanly possible to try and slow down the momentum of him going home. Okay. That is why you see, he trivializes very serious national issues into personal feuds. Like, sijui ni mtoto wa Gachagua, sijui Gachagua lilala, sijui na nani. You know, a whole president reducing an entire national conversation, something that is very serious, into whose girlfriend and who's, you know, he has become childish, he has become petty, and we are asking the president and to allow himself be the president and shed off his personal character.
There's something Senator Methu said. I think he was in the UK. Is he in the UK right now?
Yeah.
With the party leader.
Yes.
Na akasema, akaambia mheshimiwa Rigathi, akamwomba wakati after elections za next year, once, you know, DCP clinches power, that they take they indict President Ruto. Just what did he mean by that? Did he mean that now after that mutafuata Ruto, mumshike, mumarrest, mumpeleke kotini? Because that is unheard of, especially in a place like Africa.
Ruto should be in prison. I want to concur with the Methu. In fact, he figuratively brought it out. But plainly, I would say that Ruto is a thief and he should be in prison, because thieves are in prison. Ruto is a killer, and killers, murderers, are in prison. You know, the Constitution is very clear. There's nobody who is above the law. You cannot kill more than 200 young people just because of demonstrating and enjoy freedom, walking in town here, bouncing around. No. You cannot steal public money. As we speak right now, all the sugar industries in this country have been sold out. Mumias Sugar, sold out.
Cabras?
No. Public owned.
Oh, public, okay.
Zoya, sold. Miwani, sold. Chemilil, sold. Awendo, sold.
And they were all sold under Kenya Kwanza government?
Yes, and you see, we do not have a transparent way of even verifying. There was no bidding. He just tells you where utachukua your factory. And you see, when we deeply check into those companies that have taken over the sugar industries, all those companies, he has proxies. So he's the one who has bought the factories. Now what they are doing, they're importing sugar from, they have given all those factories permits to import sugar. They're importing sugar in the country and then repackaging them. Now this disadvantages the farmers, because now the price per tonnage has even gone lower to around 5,200 or something like that. And therefore the farmer gets discouraged. The millers do not prioritize the welfare of the farmers, and therefore farmers are uprooting cane. So William Ruto has what he used to call state capture. He has really ensured that he implemented what he was castigating Uhuru against. And we are saying that you cannot do all that.
Okay.
Look at our oil refinery machine in Changamwe. It's no longer ours. Bomas of Kenya. The guy has taken over. It's now a private facility for the next 41 years.
Moyash, people have been saying that, but no one has really produced any evidence to show Ruto owned this. And you've said, yeah, he has proxies, but how like, for example, how did you know?
When you see Oscar Sudi hovering around, just know William Ruto is about to come in. When you see Farouk Kibet smiling sheepishly around, just know the presence of William Ruto is here. We know William Ruto's friends.
Okay.
And therefore, if they are part of certain companies which have been, every Kenyan has got a right to own property. But when you transfer public assets without public participation, without having a transparent and open tender, you just award, wewe chukua hii. Come on, we have the Public Assets and Disposal Act, which is supposed to be followed to the latter. But that has been disregarded. William Ruto is a one-man show. It starts with him and ends with him. Even as we speak right now, he's the one in charge of all ministries. When you go to when you see Talanta Hela being inspected, have you ever seen CS Mvuria at Talanta Hela? No. It's always William Ruto with a selfie. Now sasa tumeunda Talanta.
Hiyo wakati wa selfie walienda na CS. Na wakaenda na FKF president.
No, that was the second time. The first time alienda na selfie stick.
Okay.
He's the one inspecting all roads. He's the one defending Shah. Up to now, I even don't know who the minister for East Africa Cooperation is. I don't know. We've forgotten the CSs.
Okay.
Because everything is being done by William Ruto. It starts and ends with him.
Yeah. Mheshimiwa, the democracy depends on certain unwritten rules. Yeah. So, especially around this issue of political intolerance, which we're seeing trickling down to the people. The willingness to accept electoral defeat, compromise with political rivals, treating opponents as competitors, not enemies, and the other one is at least, ensuring that we don't go into democratic backsliding. I have seen, when your party was launched in 2025, 15th of May. By the way, happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope there'll be cake later. So, your party, stands for, your party principles are good governance, transparency, inclusive development, actively pushing back on government excesses, and, things to do with, you fight on the cost of living, market demolitions, things like that, Now, we have a proverb, and I need you to reflect on this proverb as you answer this question. The cane that was used to beat up the first wife, half the time is under the bed, awaiting for the second wife. Yeah? Kindly help us interpret that and then answer the question in terms of what difference is there. Fine, the principles that you stand for and everything, but Kenyans are looking at who is the better devil here, because there's no trust between Kenyans and politicians currently.
Unfortunately, the establishment of governance in Kenya, you just must have a politician at the helm, because I think the process of getting into leadership is political. I would want Kenyans, first of all, to have a reset in terms of where we were before William Ruto came in. So, in fact, the leadership that is coming in next is more or less a transitional leadership, because we have two generations here we're talking about. We have the generation of Akina Kalonzo, Gachagua, Musalia, William, and this generation of the younger generation, starting from Akina Babu Wino, Malala, Esifuna, and the rest, Ndindi Nyoro, and trickling down to the Gen Zs. it is quite unfortunate that this generation wants to overstay in power. We've heard about the William Rutos since 1992. Musalia Mudavadi was a minister in 1989 when I was 3 years old. Up to today, he is Prime Cabinet Secretary, and he still has the desire of running for president again in 2032. 40 years down the line. And therefore it is time now to have a generational shift. But that cannot be done abruptly. It must be done through a transition session. And I want to ask Kenyans to be patient with this transition. This is the last electioneering period whereby we're having leaders who are in Kanu.
Of that generation.
Who are in Kanu. Anybody who was in Kanu in 2032, they should have cleared the way.
Why not today?
It entails a lot of dynamics. We first of all live in a complete society where we have the elderly, the middle-aged, and the young. And therefore we must have a cocktail of that talent when it comes to clinching.
The cocktail is important, sir. However, if you even look at the demographic that has the majority of the votes, it's a youthful population. IBC was targeting to register 6.8 million new voters. Right? I'm not sure of the numbers right now, but that is a target. Now you can imagine how much impact these young people will have in the upcoming election. Now, I understand what you're saying. Sometimes there's a transition. But what would happen if young people needed to get into leadership now? Like this other generation you're describing, and you're saying these are the leaders for tomorrow.
First of all,
what is the motivation for Gen Zs, for example, to vote for the Kanu guys until we give them one more round after all the messes?
I'm not saying you give them one more round. What I'm saying is simply leadership is not the president alone. Like right now, the people who have let down Kenyans are the parliamentarians. Because even all these high prices of fuel, they're being legislated in parliament. Like all the taxes that have been imposed on the fuel emanate from parliament. I expected the Speaker of the National Assembly to recall parliament and discuss the tax regime, review the VAT Act, review those other taxes, levies that have been imposed on the fuel right now. But right now they're on recess. Nothing is happening. I'm glad the Standard newspaper today has exposed them. He's the most incompetent Speaker of the National Assembly we've had. Since
speakers
you can say speakers.
They put the two of them.
Yes, but I'm addressing Moses Masika Wetangula. I was an MCA. I've seen even speakers who have never had any experience to adjudicate or to conduct assemblies in county assembly, but I've never seen an incompetent speaker like Moses Masika Wetangula. He has become a spanner boy for Ruto. We've seen yesterday in Mombasa, Kingi dancing and shaking his small
a cheering squad
and shaking his small balls before Ruto. Before Tukujia.
I thought you promised.
We have come to the end of the show. Just one thing, viewers are saying that the whole issue of the sugar companies, they have been leased and not sold. But I get your point. You're saying that the processes were not necessarily followed.
And you see, let me tell you one thing. Those are semantics. If you lease something for 50 years,
you might as well sell it.
No. Where will you be in 50 years?
By the way, Mbuvi, Mheshimiwa did not translate the proverb.
Yeah?
I will.
Okay.
Eventually I will.
Yeah.
And I'll also give you one more.
I love those.
We'll actually take yours as we close. Yes.
So, if you lease a company without proper competition and transparency for 51 years, I'm 40 years right now. So it means in my lifetime, you've listed that thing in my lifetime. I'll never see it again. To never come back to the public. That is selling.
Sawa. Tupatie methali yako tukisema kwa heri mheshimiwa.
Time is like a river. You can't touch the same waters twice because the flow that has passed will never pass again.
Where time is like a river.
Yes.
You cannot touch the same water twice
because the flow that has passed will never pass again.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So you interpret it.
Yes, ni kumaanisha either ufanye kitu saa hizi ama uachane nao because hakuna wakati mwingine unakuja mbele. You act now or you don't.
Good.
I agree. I'm on the same wavelength.
You concur.
I concur.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Hope to see you again soon.
Thank you so much, and I want to ask you on behalf of Kenyans, kindly make Ruto a one-term president.
Yeah, hiyo tutaachia wa Kenya.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto is set to address the nation this morning as pressure grows over rising fuel prices, transport disruptions, and the cost of living. State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed confirmed on Thursday evening that the president will speak to Kenyans, though he did not reveal the main topics. The address comes amid transport sector unrest, with operators protesting high fuel costs that have disrupted travel and business in several counties. Police have arrested Peter Kanumbi, a suspect linked to the murder of teacher Betty Wanjiru Nyaga in Mwea East, Kirinyaga County. Detectives from Lamu County, working with the Crime Search and Intelligence Bureau, tracked him down in Peketoni, Lamu County, where he was reportedly preparing to flee to Somalia. The arrest ends months of investigations into the March 12, 2026 killing, after which the suspect had been on the run. The High Court has ordered officials at Manyani Maximum Security Prison to escort Jackson Kihara Gachucha to collect documents linked to his late father's estate as he seeks to challenge his 20-year robbery conviction. The documents are connected to the estate of his late father, former Nyeri Governor Nderitu Gachagua, who died in 2017. Appearing before Justice Alexander Muteti, Jackson claimed he was unfairly prosecuted and said key documents had been kept under strict instructions from his father before his death.
Manyani Maximum Security Prison is hereby directed to assist the applicant by temporarily removing him to the location the applicant says as his family documents kept for him to retrieve the documents and hand them over to the family.
Kiharu, Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro, has defended his silence while serving as chair of the National Assembly Budget Committee, saying he could not publicly oppose government policies he had already discussed internally. Speaking on Citizen TV, Nyoro said leaders in a team are expected to first raise concerns and try to influence decisions from within. He explained that some of his views were accepted while others were not, but he felt it would not have been proper to publicly criticize policies he had already debated internally.
I was chairman of budget, and I'm actually very proud about the role that we played for our nation. In fact, I have never seen anywhere anyone accuse the budget committee of anything. Even when there were protests, there was zero about budget committee. In fact, if you check in the Hansards of Parliament, you realize that the then leaders of opposition, including Badi and Junet, just look for Hansards. They used to hail the process and also comment the outcomes. But I also own up to the fact that we have not been able to explain very well to Kenyans that there are 3 committees in Parliament that deal directly with the economy.
An angry crowd set part of Rwampara General Hospital on fire in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo after dispute over the burial of a suspected Ebola victim. Family members of a young man believed to have died from Ebola tried to take his body for burial, but authorities blocked them to prevent further spread. The crowd reacted by throwing stones and burning hospital tents, used an isolation words, forcing police to fire warning shots to disperse them, according to local politician Luke Malembe. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Cristiano Ronaldo finally won his first Saudi Pro League title on Thursday after scoring twice in Al Nassr's 4-1 victory over Damak. The 41-year-old scored a free kick from a narrow angle following earlier goals from teammates Sadio Mane and Kingsley Coman. He then smashed in from close range in the 81st minute for his second goal of the game. Ronaldo, who joined Al Nassr at the end of 2022, is widely considered the highest paid athlete in the world. Lewis Hamilton says he has no thoughts about stopping racing in Formula One and insists he'll be racing for quite some time. Hamilton's difficult first season for Ferrari in 2025 raised questions about his future in F1 and whether he could leave the sport at the end of the season. But Hamilton confirmed for the first time that he's still contracted to Ferrari for next season. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? The time right now is 13 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and in the studio, I'm with Brenda Isabel. She's a governance expert. She is our guest host for today. So in case you're joining us, like I told you, C.T. Muga is unavailable. He's attending. He actually has two funerals that he has to go to today and tomorrow. So mweze kumkumbuka yeye na watu wao kwa maombi yenu. But like I said, tuko naye Madam Brenda. Brenda is a governance expert, and so far so good. Nimeona watu wakikupigia makofi kumaanisha unafanya kazi safi.
Asante.
Haya, wakati huu we do have in studio with us the executive director of Azimio la Umoja, that is Honorable Philip Kisia. Mheshimiwa, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation. Nice to see you again.
Mbuvi,
yes.
Thank you for inviting me once again.
Hey.
And, happy to meet Brenda. She tells me she's from Kakamega.
Kachmega,
Kachmega County.
By the way, unakuwa umetoka wapi?
Mimi mzaliwa Nairobi, man.
But ushago.
I'm a Nairobian.
Na ushago ni wapi?
Sasa my roots are in Vihiga. But I moved to Trans Nzoia.
Okay.
But our family is all over.
Yeah.
We have a home in Nandi. That's where my mother was interned. I was born in Nairobi. My roots are in Vihiga.
So you're a cool kid.
I now currently live in Trans Nzoia.
Yeah.
So I'm a Kenyan.
But you're a cool kid nonetheless.
I used to be.
No, you're still a cool kid. The moment you say you were born in Nairobi, raised in Nairobi, that's all we need to know. You're a cool kid.
Oh yeah.
But cool kids are good people, right? They are good people.
All the time.
Yes.
All the time.
Brenda has got a proverb that she will share with you, just like CT would. Alafu tuambie what you think about it. So, Brenda, over to you.
Yeah. So there's this proverb, Mheshimiwa. The child who is neglected, throughout their life, growing up, will sometimes, will eventually burn the entire village to feel its warmth. What do you think that means?
Well, this is my interpretation,
Mm-hmm.
that having a solid and good foundation is important in life, because it becomes very, very difficult to correct mistakes in your adulthood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're actually very right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about the foundation and where you're coming from. I agree with you.
And also if you think about it in terms of the Kenyan context right now, the Gen Zs are a demographic that have not felt the warmth that they needed to feel from the country, from a lot of their parents. If you look at some of the issues they're going through, mental health and whatnot. And when you see them rioting, and when you look at what happened in 2024, I think this particular proverb comes alive because, they rage and the way they move and how they process things and they want things instantly tells you this impatience has been brewing for quite a while.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, and it was bound to explode. Now, we need to get the fuel thing out of the way. What are your thoughts on the fuel prices, Mahesh?
Mbuvi.
Yes.
You are one of the Kenyans who are suffering like most of us.
Okay. I am suffering. I agree
You're
with
suffering.
you. I am, yes.
We're not just suffering, we are going through a lot of pain. You know, when President Ruto was campaigning, he personally signed a social contract with the people of Kenya. He promised to bring down fuel to 100 shillings. It's a contract he signed. In fact, he kept on blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for the cost of fuel. And if I remember very well, Uhuru left the office. By the time he was leaving office, I think we were buying fuel for less than 150.
Yes, we were.
Per litre. Okay? But he still found time to blame Uhuru for the high cost of fuel. Okay? In fact, if you remember, he said, hawa watu hawajui ile wanafanya, hawajui wanaumiza wananchi. Now, the same man is sitting on the steering. The fuel cost as we sit here now, Mbuvi, is 214 shillings per litre. Diesel is even more expensive than
petrol.
At 242 per litre. This has never happened since independence. It is actually happening under the watch of William Samoei Arap Chirchir Ruto, who promised Kenyans that he will give us or get us fuel at 100 shillings.
Yeah.
In a civilized society, Mbuvi and Brenda, this man should have resigned. In a civilized society. Because when you sign a social it's a very, very serious document. You can't shift. You can't start blaming Iran. You can't start blaming, because see, when you are campaigning to be the chief executive officer of the entire nation, you know, your words, anything you speak, you must be held to account.
Very true.
So this blame game must stop. Now, this G to G thing that we were promised by President Ruto and his government, it's all fraud. It's total fraud.
It is said that it is said that no one knows that G2G deal.
It is nothing. Have you seen the contract? In fact, I think if really Ruto was transparent, he would table that contract signed between Saudi and UAE, whatever,
and Kenya.
Yeah, and Kenya. That thing that is calling G2G is actually G from the other side, because we know the company supplying fuel and fuel products from that side are government state operative agencies.
Yeah.
But when it comes here, they are crooks, cartels. It's total fraud.
So are you saying it's G to thugs?
It is G to crooks, thugs.
G to gangs, eh?
G to gangs, gangsters.
But that thing went through Parliament. I'm meant to understand, because to be honest, I've researched.
Which Parliament?
Which
Parliament? A Parliament that has been compromised. A Parliament that passes punitive tax bills. 2024. They're about to pass 2026. And you know, Mbuvi, these people are joking. we have been talking to the Gen Z. And the Gen Z has, in fact, have said one thing. That if 2024 was anything to go by, it has now, 2 years have passed. They are now mature. They are now been even hardened. They have no jobs since that particular time. 2024 would be considered to be Christmas.
Why are we turning surely 20-year-olds into freedom fighters in this country? It is so
you see, it's about their future. And if touch wood, I have lived for 63 years. Even if God was to be very gracious, okay, very gracious, probably I'll have another 20 years. Another 20 years of active living before I go and meet my Creator. Okay. But Brenda, you're asking why these children are fighting. They are fighting for their rights.
Because they have another 60
it is
years
about
to go.
their future. They have another 60 years to go. If I was 20, I would have done worse.
I understand why they're fighting, but the reason why I say why are we turning them into freedom fighters is because freedom fighters died for this country. And for me, the saddest thing is that freedom of expression has become so expensive that if you express yourself, you're not sure whether you'll get home safe. There is illegal surveillance of their phones. This is how they are tracked and killed. So I think for me, it's coming from a human rights perspective of looking at this entire issue, whereby even picketing and demanding for your rights, demanding for accountability, for example, even questioning. The Constitution of Kenya allows you to, there's citizen participation, which is your right as a citizen. So when you're participating in the finance bill and you say, we don't like this and this and this, the leaders are supposed to listen. If they don't listen, you picket. If you picket, you end up in a coffin. And it is very sad.
Brenda, the cost of freedom has never been cheap.
I know.
It has never been cheap. There are thousands and thousands of people who disappeared. There are thousands and thousands of people who died for us to get our independence. The second liberation, Brenda, you may have forgotten. There are thousands and thousands of people who died. There are thousands and thousands of people who suffered.
Are you saying the state cannot exercise restraint?
So you see, a civilized and democratic government would respect the Constitution. But when you have a government that is uncivilized, uncouth, people who don't value human life, of course, the consequences are obvious. Our children disappear. There are children who disappeared. They have never been found up to now. We lost children from the time this administration took over. We have lost children, Brenda, children below 20, shot, dead, dead. Is this a modern Kenya? Is it Kenya we fought for? Where a government, instead of protecting its citizens and protecting the future, they are shooting. The president himself ordered for children to be shot in the legs.
Mwesh, on that issue of shooting, shouldn't we be asking IG Kanja? I mean, at the end of the day, fine, I know we are pointing fingers at the president, as we should, but if we are being honest, we have an Inspector General of Police. It's now been 2 years since people died in the streets, and actually even before that, people have died. Shouldn't we be holding the Inspector Generals to account? Everyone takes personal responsibility.
But Mbuvi, you can hold him accountable.
Yeah.
Mbuvi,
yes, sir.
Where does the buck fall? Where does it end? You see, who all those fellows, all of them that you've mentioned, Inspector General, I don't know who, DCI, I don't know who.
Yes.
They take instructions from who? From the head of state. Who is their boss? The head of state. At the end of the day, the person in an institution who must be put on the chopping board is the head. Ultimately, the person who bears the heaviest responsibility is nobody below the president. Is the president himself.
So we ignore.
If I was the president, and I'm not talking about William Ruto, if Philip Kise was the president today,
yes,
and these things happened, I should bear the heaviest responsibility. That is not transferable.
Are we saying that we ignore the role of the IG, his deputies, we ignore the role of DCI?
We are not ignoring. We are not ignoring anybody in movie. We are saying the person who bears the heaviest responsibility, the person who took the sword,
yes,
the person who took the constitution, is not the IG. The person who took the sword and the constitution is the president.
True.
And he said, "I will defend, I will protect." I will abide by this constitution.
Do you remember
that responsibility is not shareable?
Yeah,
but it isn't. Doesn't the IG also take oath of
yes,
office?
they do.
DCI also, the director.
You know, Mbuvi, remember at the height of the Gen Z protests, who did you see defending himself on Twitter, being called Baba Shalin? It was the president. And ultimately, all this, he should be the one saying, "You guys, the IG." Children have been killed in this country. I don't like this. You're fired. We would respect him, you know. But these people are also serving at the behest of who?
These people were appointed to independent offices. I get, but the guys, I get the argument.
Yeah.
I get that. Yes, the buck stops with the president,
and they should also be held responsible. But I think we're just going for the highest responsibility to begin with.
The heaviest responsibility.
Yeah.
Ultimately lands in the office of the president. Actually, the president himself or herself. So forget about this DCI fellow you talk about. If the president wanted it, if the DCI, because the president who nominates DCI or whatever, IG, okay, and then of course they go through the vetting processes. So the same person who nominates, who proposes, is the same person who can ask them to step aside, just to step aside. So that we can investigate the matters. Have you seen anybody stepping aside from 2024? Have you seen anybody stepping aside?
I haven't.
Have you seen anybody taking responsibility for the children that
Even
we've lost?
When Ojwang died,
children.
When Ojwang died, nobody was fired.
If we're being to say Mokweli, can the president today? And I'm asking this because I want to be educated. Can the president today ask the IG to leave office?
Oh yes.
With which authority?
What are you talking about? Mbuvi. Don't pretend that you don't live in this country.
I live in this country.
You see, Mbuvi.
Yes.
Let me tell you. There are so many ways of somebody getting out of the office.
Okay.
You can be civil about it. You can also be very uncivil about it.
Okay.
And
the civil way is to call the man in the office, State House or Arambe House, whichever you choose.
Okay.
And you tell the fellow, listen, you have failed. This is a resignation letter, sign. Okay? I will make sure that you live in
care of
comfort.
Yeah.
That's one way.
Right.
The other way is to impeach the fellow through the parliament. We saw them impeaching an innocent man, Rigiji, innocent men were in supersonic speed in a record time. The man was sent home.
Right.
An innocent man was sent home. Now, these people who are killing our children are not being sent home. Why can't you use the same strategy? Okay?
So now
why can't you? And in fact,
yes,
if Mbuvi,
right,
if we are decent human beings, if we are civilized and cultured, when you fail in duty, you say, you know what, I tried my best. Here's my resignation letter.
Demand.
I tried my best. But my best was not the best.
Clearly.
Get somebody else to do the job. But because we are so indecent, because, we're so, you get into office not because you want to serve people. You get into office because you want to serve yourself.
Okay.
But if you're serving people, and people have told you, we've had enough of you, we are tired of you, Mbuvi, Brenda, you go home.
Yeah.
All right.
But Mheshimiwa, from the fuel crisis, now we go into the Finance Bill 2026. So where is the mischief? Because honestly, when you look at how it is structured, the proposals, it's just Kenyans are at a loss. Personally, I'm just it's too much for Kenyans to bear.
Brenda, this finance bill of 2026 has been titled a tax reform bill. It is not actually a tax reform bill. but it is a debt repayment bill.
Okay, explain.
These fellows have borrowed. You remember when President Ruto took over office? Again, he faced Kenyans and he promised Kenyans that he's so smart, he will never borrow. He said he will not borrow money to run the affairs of this country. Okay? That statement came from him. But no sooner did he step into State House, he started borrowing recklessly. Recklessly. So this coming financial year alone, I think they need over 150 billion or so to pay debts. So even before they start,
Kuna deficit.
Not a deficit. Before they start, they must look for money to pay.
We've always had a deficit.
Deficit we've had. And most countries, you find a way of managing a deficit. Okay? So that you can balance. But before these people start, they're starting with a serious burden. Now, my problem, Brenda and Mbuvi, has not been that we borrow money. Because even if you look at countries like Japan, the US, and what have you, okay? If you look at their debt levels, they're extremely high. Extremely high. Much higher than ours. But the difference between them and us is that they use their taxes prudently. Okay? They deploy taxes for the benefit of their citizens. Okay? You go to places like Japan or Sweden. Will you find a road with a pothole? Will you find power outages? Will you go to hospital and fail to find medicine and doctors? Will you find civil servants going on strike because they have not been paid? They have not been remunerated properly? Would you go, their rail systems work? Education is free, my friend. Free. Go to Sweden, education is up to university, free. You pay for nothing. Sweden, yes, their tax level is about 53%.
50 what?
53. Bad. My brother, you pay for almost nothing other than feeding yourself. Education is free. Health is free. Everything is, everything is provided for by the government. So the problem is actually not even high taxation. The problem is that the taxes are already
Governance
high.
management, yeah.
The taxes are high. And then the taxes which are collected are stolen. Two, even after stealing the taxes, whatever is left is misused. You tell me, Mbuvi.
Yeah.
Tell me, if you're a good parent, you're a good dad, would you spend money on luxury and entertaining yourself when your children are walking around
In
with
private jets.
torn clothes?
No.
Our beloved president
Yeah.
took one of the most expensive jets to his last trip.
Azerbaijan.
In Azerbaijan. $30,000 per hour. So I don't know that is true. My friend Rikiji says it even had massage, it had all those things, and four guys.
If I'm paying 30,000 an hour, it better have all that.
At your expense, not at your expense is okay, but not at the expense of the taxpayer. A country that is poor, a country where children are still learning under trees, mad classrooms. Mad classrooms.
Healthcare.
The healthcare system has collapsed. And you have a head of state taking the most expensive jet. In fact, I had this, my friend Nelson Koech the other day.
Right.
Praising the president for having spent billions of shillings to renovate State House. I am not saying that State House should look untidy. But look, you're a poor country. Should you be deploying billions of shillings in upgrading State House? You can do it the modest State House.
What are the priorities?
You can do it modest. Yes, Brenda. What are the priorities?
What are the priorities?
What are the priorities? And then you have people like Nelson Nelson Koech are saying that even Macron and the other guests were marveled at our State House. You know, let me tell you, I have been around these people, these Mzungu people.
Yes.
They look at us and say, boy, oh boy, the most
We are still
stupid.
asking for aid.
You have a big ball asking for them to give you money to fix your road infrastructure, to build infrastructure. And then on the other side, you are spending money.
Opulence, executive offices.
Opulence, billions of shillings.
Yeah.
Must you have a State House where
you shut down an entire street for Macron to be jogging?
Okay. You know, these men, they look at you, they don't get marveled at what they have seen because they have better infrastructure, they have more money than you, but they get marveled at your stupidity. They look at you and say, how stupid can this man be?
And then they
how
say,
foolish can this
they say it in French.
And we should also think about the coloniality. You know, some of the things that we allow these Westerners to come and do in Africa, we would never be allowed to do in their countries, and would never receive the same kind of king's welcome we offer these people, inconveniencing regular citizens anyway. Allow me to highlight some of the challenges of this finance bill, 2026. Our bank M-Pesa transaction costs, of course, zitapanda.
Yes, correct.
KRA, we are looking at, the commissioner being given too much power, to be able to deduct money, including from your account in case there's even, a situation of a tax dispute. Remember, KRA with the e-teams are hoping that they are going to be projecting to you how much you owe them. But half the time you and I both know you have to, half the time you have to challenge and they have to explain to you before you even get that clear, I mean, it is insane that we have data protection, we have all these laws, and we're trying to contravene and go through the back route to take these rights from Kenyans. Bei ya simu inapanda, you know that Gen Zs rely heavily on content creation. Ukipandisha bei ya simu, I think it was, allow me, I'll just find the percentage by how much, in terms of tax. Ukipandisha unamaanisha nini? And the economy entirely depends on these gadgets. We're looking at bei ya madawa, crypto, wameingilia pia. We are looking at, of course, we have to kiss goodbye the filing of nil returns, because clearly, ata mama mboga ambaye, you got your money which was taxed, you sent to your mom and your people, and they're still going to be taxed on top of it. Now, when we look at all these things, what we're asking is, surely, are there no, how is it possible that a country thinks that you can tax your citizens into death and somehow you will get into prosperity? Meanwhile, nobody's income has increased, right? Income iko pale pale na bado tunaongeza ushuru. So rental income, they're proposing reversing the monthly residential income rate from 7.5 to 10. You can imagine. Excise duty and VAT, imposing 50% excise duty on classic vehicles, whatnot, valued at. So all these things are going up. We're looking at digital financial services, the M-Pesas and whatnot. We're looking at betting and gaming. Also, this is where young people thrive mostly. So those things that were highlighted in 2024 as being very draconian by the young people have come back through the back door, but very well structured with fancier names. Pay adjustments. There's a lot of administrative changes. We have filing deadlines are being changed. We know what the deadline has been. There was no consultation. A new proposal has come as to, when we need to be filing these returns. And then we have road maintenance. Let us not even talk about how you mentioned in some of these countries, hakuna pothole. We pay these levies. Barabara bado ni mbaya. So we are asking as Kenyans, honestly, on behalf of Kenyans, and I know Bovi will read comments here.
Right.
This is too much. At what point is enough for the government? And also the level of corruption. How much money is being spent on a daily even just in State House. Mbuvi was asking this morning, you were asking
that money is a lot.
The previous guest, just tell me, mnanunuanga nini?
How about 120 million every time people go to State House?
You know, Brenda.
Yeah.
I think it was Margaret Thatcher who said, the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister of the UK, who said, you cannot tax a nation to prosperity. Okay? You know, as we stand right now, Kenyans don't even have money in their pockets. Yeah? They have nothing. So you are raiding empty pockets. You know, you tax somebody because there's something to tax.
Yes.
But when the pocket is already empty, what are you taxing? 100% of zero is zero.
Right.
And they need to get that right. That they'll put in so much energy in this thing.
Yeah.
And they're getting nowhere. You know, I have the benefit of being related to the KRA Commissioner General, creator. The man who created KRA is called Edgar Ivan Manasseh. And he told me more than 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
He told me the way KRA is headed, they're heading towards failure.
What did he mean?
Because
by that? Yeah.
the system he put in place at KRA, the measures that, you know, the policies that he had put in place have been ignored. Okay?
Yeah.
So these guys are doing a lot of guesswork. A lot of guesswork. The KRA, when it was established, I think people from other countries, Malawi, Zambia, Uganda, they would come to us to learn. Benchmark on, you know, how you create tax regimes.
All right.
But now nobody cares about Kenya because Kenya is practically a failed state. Okay?
Yeah.
So, you know, Brenda has brought up very interesting issues. And the question we must asking ourselves is, are we as Kenyans going to allow this to pass? Yes, it is a proposal in Parliament. If those rogue members of Parliament decide to pass it, and the President assigns that bill into an act, what options do Kenyans have?
Okay.
Okay. You know, by the time, Brenda, by the time you have your citizens going for Mutumba, buying Mutumba, nobody wants to buy Mutumba. In fact, there's a joke that these Mutumbas we buy are for fellows who passed on in Europe. You know, hii ni watu walikufa.
Yeah.
Yeah? So, you know, by the time our dignity has been put to that level.
Hata Mutumba imeongezwa tax.
Now, Brenda, first of all, you've actually lowered my dignity by allowing me, by making sure that I cannot afford new clothes. I must go for Mutumba. Then you follow me you slam me with another tax of 5%. I am not buying Mutumba because I love buying Mutumba. I'm buying Mutumba because that is the only thing I can afford. So by the time, I mean, these guys are crazy, man. You know somebody's desperate, going for second-hand thing, and you want to add pain on that one. My dignity affected. You want even to crush me further by imposing tax. This man, the president, promised Kenya, you know, digital economy, that he supports the youth. Now, you know, a handset is a basic item. It's a means of communication.
A mobile phone
is a basic item. You know, it's no longer fancy having a handset. It's a mode, it's a means of communication. But we have a regime that believes people must not even communicate. So, what are they doing? They have said that we must add taxes on this thing.
25%.
We must even, the money, you know, Brenda earlier talked about, you know, this M-Pesa thing. You know, this M-Pesa thing is very misleading.
How so?
You send me 1,000, maybe even I'm borrowing from you.
Yes.
1,000 shillings. I don't have it, I'm borrowing. I don't even know they'll pay you. So, you know, and how, will you say that is income?
But
now,
it's reflecting in your data.
Yeah, it reflects my data. Now, chamas, most of our women and even men are members of chamas.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so you're collecting money on behalf, you're the treasurer or something.
Yes.
You're collecting money.
Like juzi nilikuwa na collect ya mazishi.
Ya mazishi. And what have you? How will you treat that, Nene? This is, this is the highest level of stupidity. There are things, in terms of tax administration.
And innovation.
Tax administration.
Yes.
That's where they're failing.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you must decide how much energy, how much resources am I going to spend to collect X? Can I deploy the same resources, the same energy, the same time, and what have you
to seal the wastage?
No, not even the wastage. To deploy in other areas to make sure that we widen the tax base so that we can collect more. Other than targeting the few, targeting areas that, even administratively, it'd be a nightmare. It'd be a nightmare, I can tell you.
Okay.
And Kenyans are fun. Your car doesn't have fuel. I call Brenda, say, bwana, gari hapa imekwama kwa barabara. So Brenda sends me 500. Nikaneka mafuta half a liter. Inisukume mpaka kwa gate ya mlango. Na wao nasema have received. How?
Mheshimiwa, umejua gari yangu ina mafuta.
Mimi kwanza nimekuja route 11 nikikuja hapa.
Usitalinda kupatia lift. But there's a question here, Mahesh, that fine. I mean, we can see all these things, and we are pointing out what the obvious, some of it hidden, like it is your job in the opposition to do, to highlight some of these issues. But there's other option of, okay, fine. After we've done all after we've known all this, after we highlighted all this, Azimio la Umoja, for example, and by extension, the United Opposition, what are you going to do about it?
Not United Opposition, alternative government.
Alternative government. Mtafanya aje?
Mambo, it is so. Let me tell you.
Because at the end of the day, you will get into power.
Let me tell you.
The debts will still be there.
Let me tell you.
God forbid.
It is not rocket science.
Okay.
Let me tell you.
Tell me.
The beauty of that team is we are a caring and listening government. We are listening to Kenyans. And what Kenyans are saying, and through their own admission, this government has admitted that we lose 3 billion shillings daily.
Daily.
They have admitted 3 billion shillings
record.
daily through corruption. Now, as the alternative government, I can promise you today here that we seal that loophole. In fact, even if it calls to changing the constitution, that if you are caught in a corrupt deal, we should do what China does. We should do what Malaysia does. We should do what Singapore does.
Yes.
They don't spare you. They don't waste time. They don't do ping pong. They don't waste time. Wewe unawekwa mahali unasindikiza Zayoni. So stop escorting our children to Zayoni. Escort the thieves to Zayoni. This 3 billion in a year is how much? It's almost 1 trillion shillings.
It's actually over 1 trillion. I did the math.
It's over 1 trillion shillings. 1.2 maybe trillion shillings. 1.2 trillion shillings is sufficient to pay our debts and what have you. That one action. The second thing is being prudent with taxes. Okay? Where are we using our money? Not our money we've collected from Kenyans. How are we deploying that money? I can tell you, without fear of contradiction, 50% of the money that we collect is wasted in areas that are of no priority, in areas that are not productive.
Forget the corruption.
Forget corruption. Corruption is 3 billion.
Kuna corruption, kuna opulence, kuna...
Corruption is 3 billion. That's already you found 1.2 trillion shillings.
Administrative mishaps.
Then, I'm talking about wastage. Total waste. Putting money where you shouldn't be putting money is wastage. So, what I'm saying is, instead of us wasting money in areas that are not productive, we shall take that money and put them in productive areas. Agriculture, number one. Our education, our infrastructure, our healthcare system, paying our civil servants better. Okay? Because once people have money in their pockets, you will tax. Right now, this regime is taxing empty pockets. Big difference. So there are measures that you can take through policy statements. Immediately you take over office. Okay? But there must be a resolve to deal with those issues right from the top. That you, as the president, will not ask Kenyans to finance your opulence. Okay? This state house consumes billions of shillings.
17
billions of shillings. They'll live by, I think this financial year, they'll get to 20. I'm telling you. Call me this time around next year, you see.
They asked for 17 years.
17, but there will be supplementary budgets.
Of course.
They'll take it to 20.
Okay.
Maybe 22. Okay? Don't forget that we are getting into elections.
Oh, yes.
So those, there must be money to bribe people, not have you.
Okay.
So you can imagine.
Yes.
You can imagine moving.
Yes.
An office that is not productive, that not produce anything. It does not add anything to the economy. Consumes what 3-4 ministries are consuming in terms of budget. Do you need all that money?
No.
Do you need? The other day I saw Kimani Wamatangi, my friend,
yes,
said from the time he was governor, it's going to 4 years, Kimani Wamatangi said he has never flown out of the country. If he wants to talk to people abroad, do a Zoom.
Piga simu.
Piga simu. Do a Zoom call. Why must you go to this country and with a jet costing $30,000 per hour, and Rigiji says hata kuna wasichana kutoka Seychelles wanapeana massage.
Mweshi.
Bwana.
Uko na inside information
Bwana. No, it's on record.
Kwa massage mna smile.
No, I mean we can smile.
The amount is on record.
We can smile.
Lakini hapo kwa Seychelles unajuaje?
Nakwambia you can smile. You can smile. Lakini this is a very serious matter.
No, it's too serious a matter, yeah.
I think the point people are making, Brenda, is that we don't have to live in luxury.
We don't.
Especially when you're a poor country.
Yes.
Yeah? Unajua, cut cloth depending on
your size.
And then mheshimiwa,
hapana kutumia pesa za umma kama ni pesa za babu yako.
Okay. Mheshimiwa, one thing that we has cut across the entire show this morning with each guest that we have is also this challenge of manifestos. Because a lot of political parties, you come up with a manifesto, even if it is not working, you want to kill Kenyans because of it.
You know,
it's good sometimes to adaptability is required. You check, is this thing going to work? I mean, there's a lot of things to check, and when you're outside government, such that ukiingia, you also are acting on the reality and what the people actually need.
You see,
the true priorities.
Brenda, you're right. But the first thing that we must start with, the manifesto is just a promise. That this is
you know why I'm raising this? Because Kenyans are suffering currently. Because
I agree.
Somebody is trying to push houses through our throats and many other things.
I agree. A manifesto is just a promise. Okay? But what we need as a country, and the president keeps on referring, nowadays has gone silent on Singapore because people took him up. People really went for his neck. He has stopped talking about Singapore because people say, no, you're not taking us to Singapore, you are taking us to Singapore. Singapore. And I added, no, you are laughing, and I added, and I told the president, please, Mr. President, we are not Singaporeans.
Okay.
We are not Singaporeans. So if you have any intentions of taking us to Singapore, please, but you see,
yes,
we are dealing with, Brenda asked a very good question.
Yeah.
We need, the first thing that we must look at for any serious formation of government is whether they even believe in a country's vision. When President Ruto took over, this country had a shared vision. Our vision, Vision 2030.
Yes.
So even when you're drawing a manifesto, the manifesto must be drawn from
a mother document.
Yeah, mother document. Our vision.
Yeah.
Ours. Kibaki never talked about my vision. It's only President William Samoei Ruto who talks about my vision. And I keep on reminding people, your vision, keep it to yourself and your family and your wife.
Okay. And the most unfortunate
thing, we have a vision. 2030.
After this regime, another one will not follow up with vision.
Yeah. So that is our point of reference.
Okay.
Now, if this government was serious, okay, and I speak this as an authority in management.
Yes.
By now, We have how many years before it expires? Vision 2030?
4.
3. About 3.
Okay.
Okay? Where is the review? Because William Ruto is in the office for another 1 year. Where is the review of Vision 2030?
Where are the KPIs?
Yes. Where is the review? Now, even as we are reviewing, where is the team talking to Kenyans to prepare Vision 2060 or Vision to align with the Africa Union or 2055, whatever it is, whatever Kenyans want?
Okay.
Because that should be our guiding principle, that we have a vision that is shared, so that it does not matter who comes into office after you've left. That you leave office, the person who comes only has one thing he or she can do. Okay? Is to change the tactics. Is to change timing.
But the goal is the same.
The goal is the same. The vision remains. Is a vision of the people of this country. So you, because you're smart, and President Ruto, when he was campaigning, he said he's a smart guy. He's a smart kid. A smart kid does not come with his vision. A smart kid says, I found this vision, which is your vision. I'll fast track it. A smart guy will say that I'll take you through, I will explain to you that for us, we are behind Vision 2030. For us to achieve this vision, we may adjust our belts. We may go through some pain, but these are the results. I'm taking you to the promised land. But people they can feel they want you want them to adjust their belts. You are squeezing them. You're actually killing them. Okay?
Yes.
You are crushing them. You are getting blood out of the system. But they are seeing no results. Let us ask basic questions to this regime. Uhuru Kenyatta, who you say takes tea like I do, or porridge like I do.
He prefers porridge.
At least Uhuru left us with 10,000 kilometers of roads. We can see them. You can say anything. You can say, okay, there was corruption, SDR, but at least there's SDR. This regime that has stolen billions of shillings have disappeared. Stolen. Corruption. The other day, they arrested some characters saying, because that adulterated fuel, we are going to deal with them. That story has died. This president promised our mothers, newborn babies, diapers. Where are the diapers? The man wants to build a church in State House for 1.2 billion. And I have no problem with a man building a church.
I thought it was 300 million.
1.2 billion. I have no problem.
Okay.
Why can't you build it on your land? And there's a lot of land. Why State House? State House for everybody. Hindu.
It's a sovereign asset.
Hindu.
Muslims. Legio Maria.
Everybody.
Yeah.
So are you going to build so many churches and temples and what have you, and mosques?
Tomorrow we could have a Muslim president.
Tomorrow could have someone who does not believe in religion. What happens? So the issue of getting priorities right, I think, is what. But back to your question, Brenda. We must now, as Kenyans, start taking manifestos seriously.
Yeah.
We must force these people to align their manifestos to what? To a vision. Let them not come with their own documents saying that
pre-existing vision.
Let them not come and say, I'm going to take you to Singapore.
Yes,
we don't want that bullshit.
And also, Mheshimiwa, we lose a lot of money because from one regime to the next, you come and abandon everything that has been done.
It is called
start your own things.
Brenda, in management, we call it zero approach mentality. Zero approach mentality. Because you want to start from zero.
Yeah.
It's a very stupid mentality.
Yeah.
The best way to progress is by saying, although I think, in my view, the one who was occupying this office, had a serious problem in running the affairs of this country. If that is what you think. But he must have done something. She must have done something. On a scale of 10, in your own marking scheme, probably you give them 3 out of 10. In your own scheme. Now, should you be starting from 3 or from 0? Now, this regime took what I call the zero approach. They decided that everything that Uhuru did, everything that he did, was not useful to this country, was not thought through. Yeah, and then they set aside this. They started their own projects. But you can understand why these people started their own projects. They started their own projects so that commissions,
loopholes,
commissions, not loopholes, commissions.
Yeah,
start a new thing, because this one has been signed. At all, if you progress with it, you probably get nothing. Hautapata kitu. So start a fresh one, start a new one, and say, came up with all manner of excuses. This is what must stop. We must stop this nonsense of starting from zero. Start from somewhere. Start from where your predecessor left. And move on, because it is not your personal office.
No, it is not.
It's a public office.
I've been reading up on Singapore. Ever since imekuwa ikitajwa sana, so I decided to ask to just check, when is Singapore, what about it? And I found out that they currently are on their 4th prime minister after Lee Kuan Yew. And what we're actually talking about here is exactly what those guys do. They do not come and then they start new projects.
No.
They literally continue with the plan that was begun by Lee Kuan Yew.
Yeah.
The only thing they do is adjust and improve depending on the technologies of the time.
Yeah.
But no one comes and gives a manifesto and says, gee, I'll do water for you, I'll do roads. They don't even do those roadside declarations. Because there's a plan. I just deal with the plan. When my time is done, the next person just takes over.
And also, in terms, let's even just borrow from corporate culture. When you go into an institution, they check whether you have the credentials for continuity. It's a continuity plan.
Correct.
So this thing of waking up in the morning and deciding, what, as Isabel, Brenda, this is what I feel I want to do. And then you come and disrupt the entire country, introduce things that are not making sense, destroy the trajectory that the country was moving in. And then that also causes a lot of, of course, corruption, loss of money, and many other things. And then you create opportunities for yourself. And the reason why I was calling this looting loopholes is because in that entire confusion, people gain a lot. When a new regime comes into office, the first year, if you have people who know people, they will tell you how much money they make. Because of that level of confusion, there's a lot of loopholes for funny things to happen. But Mheshimiwa, I have this question for you, and I thank God I've remembered it. As Azimio la Umoja, what is your take on the broad-based government currently? And are you playing an effective role as opposition? Do you believe that you're pushing back on behalf of the people hard enough?
You mean the blood-based government, or which one?
Umeanza. What are you putting the team, Bowe, please?
No, you
have to come clean.
I'm asking, it's a question. You told me about
okay, let me
let me put it this way. Is it a bread-based government? Which one?
Mkati afadhali.
Jibu ile swali amekuuliza.
Usisete
exam yako.
Ama niongee Kiluya.
Ongea Kiluya pengine.
Usisete mtihani yako. Yes.
Anyway, whatever you call it. Broad-based, bread-based, whatever.
Jesus.
Okay? I can tell you without fear of any hesitation and contradiction that if the alternative government wasn't there, this government would have killed Kenyans with excesses. You see, we're already trying to push back on this issue of taxes. Brenda, just look at just a fuel product. It is one of the highest in the world. The other day the president tried to justify our fuel price by saying, we are a more developed economy. Are we more developed than UK, Britain? Are we more developed than US? The fuel costs in those countries are lower.
That argument can't hold water.
I'm saying they are lower. If you come back to Africa, our fuel cost is one of the highest. Why is it high? Okay? When you have excise duty, on this 214, 242, excise duty alone is 21.95. On diesel is 11.37. Okay? Road maintenance, and they don't maintain our roads. They take for every liter 25 shillings. but the roads are not being maintained. So where is that money going to? Petroleum levy for development, 5.4 shillings. This regulator, petroleum regulatory levy, 0.75 cents. I don't know what that is for. Railway development, they have pushed it to 3.32. Adulteration, 18 shillings per litre. Now, because already allowed higher sulfuric content, should they be charging Kenya this one? This one needs to be suspended because already the government is responsible for allowing in cheap fuel into our country. So this 18 bob should be immediately removed. VAT, of course, they're at 8. But responsible governments would have said maybe even 2% for the time being until things stabilize. Now, when you have almost half of that money that you pay per litre going towards tax, what do you mean?
We have a problem.
And yet, transport is everything. The food you eat is transported. You get to work because you need transport. You get to the health center because you need transport. Everything you do has an element of transportation. Everything you do has an element of transportation. So, a responsible government will come up with measures to cushion their citizens. And I listened to the Prime Minister of Singapore. He issued a statement a few weeks ago. And he said, because we are a responsible government, we are taking the following measures to completely cushion you. We're going to give you coupons. We are reducing taxes. And we are, from the reserves that we have, our reserves, we shall use the reserves that we've had over years to make sure that no Singaporean suffers. Because we are a responsible government. Now, in this case, because we don't have a responsible government, our people will continue to suffer. They'll be put through more pain and pain. There used to be this thing, people say that you'll be hanged and hanged until you die. There was such a thing. You'll be hanged and hanged until you die. That is where Kenyans are. That they are going to be hanged and hanged until they die with this regime.
Mheshimiwa, we have overrun by 8 minutes. I'm on the verge of being fired, but thank you so much for availing yourself and for coming through and having this conversation with us. We shall invite you once again so that you come now and give us, so that tusiongee juu ya Ruto na government, tuongee juu ya Azimio and the government that you guys will form for Kenya, if Kenyans are to trust you. Sindio?
Kenyans make another choice. Make another choice other than the alternative government at your peril.
All right, so here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. We start with some breaking news where President William Ruto has directed that diesel prices be reduced by 10 shillings following April's June review. This means diesel will now cost 222.8 shillings per litre, down from 232.86 per litre. The president said the move is aimed at stabilizing fuel pump prices in the country. He was speaking today at State House, Mombasa.
I have further directed, after consultations with the leaders present here from the transport sector, and we had many hours of consultations with them yesterday. I have directed that in the pricing cycle, next pricing cycle, we are going to further reduce the price of diesel by a further 10 shillings for the June-July cycle to help stabilize pump prices and provide additional relief to consumers.
DCP party leader Cleophas Malala has criticized President William Ruto's administration, accusing it of excessive taxation, wasteful expenditure, and abandoning campaign promises. He said rising fuel prices who are burdening ordinary Kenyans while leaders continue to live in luxury, and further alleged that the government had failed to account for taxes collected from citizens. Kenya has intensified Ebola surveillance along border counties as the virus continues to spread in neighboring Uganda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Principal Secretary for Immigration Services Belio Kipsang said the government remains alert and prepared to contain any possible outbreak. He spoke during a visit to the Busia one-stop border post on Thursday, where officials reviewed the disease surveillance measures.
There are surveillance that our officers from the Ministry of Health are doing at the border to ensure that adequate controls, adequate care, adequate procedures are put into place so that Kenyan people are not exposed in any way to Ebola and any other disease that may come that is cross-border in itself.
Cooperatives and MSMEs Development Cabinet Secretary Wycliffe Oparanya has complained about low funding in his ministry, saying the lack of money is making it hard for him to work effectively in President William Ruto's government. Speaking before the National Assembly's Trade Committee on Thursday, Oparanya, together with Principal Secretaries Susan Mangeni and Patrick Kilemi, discussed the ministry's budget estimates for the 2026-2027 financial year.
My office, all the time I have to come here to get money for the operation of my office. I don't know if my office is recognized as one of the officers of CS in this government or is not. And I will plead with you that at least I should get a location appropriately, as pointed out by the PS cooperatives, that at least I need 200 million in that office to enable me to operate. I have to depend on these PSs. When I go out, I'm stuck out there. There's no fuel. I have to call any of them.
President Donald Trump has said the U.S. will send an additional 5,000 troops to Poland a week after the Pentagon cancelled a planned deployment of 4,000 troops to the country. Writing on Truth Social, he said the decision was based on the U.S. relationship with Polish President Karol Nawrocki, whom he supported during last year's election. He did not give further details on whether the troops are part of earlier cancelled deployment or a separate operation. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 14 minutes past 9 o'clock. Oh my God, time is going really, really, really fast. Sikuwa nina expect you. But here we are. It's a Friday. Salamu zimfikie Elijah Sang. I can see Chebeda, my prince. There's Louis Rudasingwa, there's Mweni, Morris Andati, na wengine wengi, Majok 100, Mohamed Murunga as well. Is anyone I haven't mentioned? Brian Nganyi, and then there is who else? Let me see, because a lot of these messages there are many, but they're repeated. And then it's a conversation between you guys, which I absolutely love. Mnajibizana huko na mnaulizana maswali. Endeleeni hivyo. We shall sample some of them when we can. But in this particular hour, we want to talk about ICT. Get away from the heat of politics a little bit, because I can see that watu wanalimana. I don't know if you know that, Brenda. People are limanaing mbaya sana.
How come?
On these matters of the politics and fuel prices.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, Brenda is in studio. Brenda Isabel. She is a governance expert sitting in for City Muga, who is away on a personal issue. He is actually attending 2 burials today and tomorrow. So as you go around your business, please remember him and the bereaved family. But in studio, we do have an ICT expert. We won't talk about opportunities in Kenya's ICT sector. That is Mohamed Omar. Mohamed, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much, Mbuvi and Brenda,
yes,
for hosting me. I think we are actually 1 week late. We were supposed to have this conversation last week.
Yes.
Okay. But because of politics.
We have got to juggle that as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's good now we are discussing something different apart from politics today.
Right.
And I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, we're glad also that you could make it. Now, before we jump into who Mohamed Omar is and what Mohamed does, Brenda will share with you a proverb. You will give us your thoughts on it. Tell us what you think, or rather your own interpretation of said proverb. So, Brenda.
Yes. So we have a proverb I wanted to share with you. When the leg does not walk, the stomach does not eat. What do you think that means? It's a Congolese proverb.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that proverb is also a bit self-explanatory. And if you really want to get some income or anything even, you just have to do something. You have to move. And that's why I'll tell anyone actually who's also jobless, who's unemployed, live with the comfort of your house. Just go out there and look for something. And opportunities, you'll get opportunities out there.
Yeah.
But if you say you'll just sit, sometimes, there is something called luck. And there's opportunity.
If you put your mind to it, yeah?
Exactly. If you put your mind to something, you'll definitely get it.
All right.
Yeah.
Just a small update by the way before I forget. The president has said that fuel has been reduced, not currently, but in the next June-July cycle, may reduce diesel prices by 10 shillings. So it's currently retailing at 232. We're assuming that time it will be at 222. That is 222. All right. So, but that is news that we shall give you in our subsequent bulletins. Mohamed.
Yes.
Who are you, and what exactly is it that you do?
Okay. My name is Mohamed Omar. I'm a CEO of a company called Riatel Limited, and I'm a 37-year-old entrepreneur, and have interest in several ICT companies, both in Kenya and East Africa. So I think I was one of the youngest CEOs. I became a CEO when I was 25 years of age.
Wow.
Managing more than 200 employees. We were doing revenues of north of $10 million
right.
a year.
You said 10 billion?
$10 million.
Or 10 million?
Yes, $10 million a year.
That's
at 25.
Yeah, that's current money. That is 1.3 billion Kenya shillings. Yeah.
So what gave us that opportunity is actually we can call it the ICT and enhancement and advancement in Kenya, because Kenya's ICT growth has been remarkable over the last 10 years, and I think the next also 10 years will also see a remarkable growth. And what also that has helped us, it has given us the expertise. Now it has helped us now to open our operations in other East African countries, Uganda, South Sudan. We also, as I was telling you, Brenda, we are currently in Central Africa. Why are we experts? Why are we going there? Just because of what we have done here in Kenya,
right?
And how advanced Kenya is. I think Kenya is one of the most technologically advanced countries, not only in East Africa, but in Africa. And I'll give you some facts to show that. Kenya, we have 5 submarine landing cables which are landing in Kenya, in Mombasa. I think it's one of the highest in Africa.
Actually, I was shocked to find out that that's actually true. And we are supplying now. We are the gateway basically to a lot of other Central African countries, for example.
Exactly. The same way people talk about petrol being cheaper in Uganda than Kenya, and the petrol passes through Kenya. It's the same way internet also passes through Kenya to get to Uganda. That's why getting access to the sea, it's a big deal for a lot of countries. I think you've seen Ethiopia now, and they're trying even to go to a war just to get access to the sea. It's not only for the port operations and getting containers and all that and fuel,
opportunities there,
but also the internet cables. Yes.
Wow, that's a major reason.
That's one of the major reasons. Now there is also one of the submarine cables. Companies that they want to open, they want to do the installation also in Lamu. They want to do a landing station in Lamu.
Another one.
Another one in Lamu.
So
There is
currently, Mombasa, you've said we have 5. So in Lamu, we shall add another one?
We'll
or
have
several?
another one.
Okay.
So it's one company that's coming. Probably when they come, others will also come.
For sure.
And the reason they're also coming there is because they are looking for redundancy. So that in case there is a fiber cut on the Mombasa leg, Kenya cannot be shut down.
By the way, so when we think about how you've expanded, of course, you're saying Kenya is very technologically savvy.
Yes.
But then you've also expanded to South Sudan, Somalia, Central Africa.
Yes.
But we also know that sometimes there's a level of instability in these countries.
Correct.
How do you navigate that? Because also, if you're operating in Somalia, South Sudan, we also know the level of instability can affect business.
Yeah.
Has that impacted you in any way?
Of course, it has impacted us in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And the instability is a very big factor. There's instability. There's also lack of infrastructure. Kenyans, we take a lot of things for granted.
Actually, we do.
Security-wise, infrastructure-wise,
freedom-wise,
freedom of speech, that we can just come here today and talk about anything.
Yeah.
Which I think a lot of countries don't have that opportunity.
Yeah.
So it's a big challenge for us. But everywhere you go, you have to navigate the challenges and you have to find solutions to those challenges. Yes. But we are trying also. What we are doing is like we're doing development to those countries. So the more also people are connected to the internet, the more also the population will be more, we can call it free.
Yes.
And know a lot of things going on in other countries, so that they can benchmark and say, this country is going on. Why are we having these restrictions in our countries? So I think internet accessibility will open up also these countries.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question on that whole Central Africa region. When you ventured there,
yes.
Of course, when you look at Kenya,
yes,
culturally we are very diverse and
Yes.
we're very aggressive, even in terms of how we just do business.
Yes.
But when you venture into those particular countries, did you find a different environment where you were even perhaps even culturally shocked, and you're asking yourself, wait, hapa nitatoboa? Yeah.
No. Sometimes it's a culture shock, which is true. But what I will say, because I've worked in nearly 5 countries now, and I'm a resident of 8 countries.
Wow.
In Africa.
What?
Yes. So what I'll say is, Kenya, I think God, what He has blessed Kenya is human resource. I think we have one of the best human resources in the region. Go to Uganda, you'll find Kenyans working in hotels in Uganda.
Yes.
Go to South Africa. Go to South Sudan. Go to Central Africa. I was shocked to find Kenyan farmers doing farming in Central Africa.
Allah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go to Cameroon. So I think Kenya, what we have been blessed with is human resource.
Yes.
And this is something no one can take away from you. The other countries, yes, they have been blessed with natural resource. Yeah. But because of our human resource, Kenyans are really hard workers.
Yeah.
And I'll give it to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're the very front.
Yeah. Do you feel like Kenya's ICT landscape can be improved? And the reason why I ask this is because as much as we are said to be one of the, so far most advanced ICT ecosystems within Africa, whether we're talking about mobile innovation, fintech, digital services, we have M-Pesa, and there's a lot of progress in terms of connectivity. We have one of the fastest internet speeds in Africa. Do you feel like there's still more room to do better because what benchmark are we looking at? So while we may be ahead in Africa, are we looking at the West and trying to see whether we can, improve and get somewhere where we are literally almost in the future?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good question, Brenda. So for that, I think the main point I will point out there is, of course, we need to improve connectivity. We want to make sure every Kenyan is connected. Currently, we only have 35 to 40% of Kenyans connected to the internet. That's a mere 22%.
Okay.
22 million Kenyans out of 50 million Kenyans who are connected. So we need to improve on connectivity. I think one of the Kenya Kwanza's flagship projects was the digital superhighway. The president came and mentioned that he wants to roll out 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable. So people will be surprised. Why are we investing all this money in fiber optic cables.
By the way, has something started on that?
Yes, I think they have done nearly 30% of that.
Really?
Yeah, they've done about 30 or 40% of that.
Even in the rural areas,
Yes.
it has really infiltrated.
Yes.
At least there's good news this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they have really done. They have really tried, and they're really doing. The rollout is still ongoing.
Yeah.
So we expect maybe 50K by end of next year. That is the plan.
Okay.
So what is that? What is helping? Because people will look at fiber optic and say, why is the president doing such a project? Why is he not putting money in our roads? Why is he not putting money in water? The same way you'll want good roads is the same way you want good internet. And if you look at Africa's biggest economies, the South Africas, the Nigerias, the Egypts, who are doing $400 billion. Their GDP is $400 billion. And Kenya, I think we are at a mere 140. Yeah?
We can attribute this to
The connectivity, yes.
Okay.
Because if you look at a country like South Africa, South Africa has about 250,000 kilometers of fiber optic in their country. And their GDP is $400 billion. Kenya, we are at $140 billion, we have only 70,000 kilometers of fiber.
And we want to add an extra 100,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that explains the reason. So the infrastructure and ICT is directly putting more jobs into the economy. And it will, of course, improve the GDP of the country. Yes.
I actually agree with you, because when you look at the digital economy, my friend, it has grown exponentially.
Yeah.
And like you rightly put it, in the last 10 years, there has been a huge leap.
Exactly.
I can only project, going forward in another 5 years, how that's going to look like.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think a lot still needs to be done. So improving of connectivity is one thing that we require the government input together with the private sector. Private sector, like players like Safaricom, Airtel, these big telecommunication companies. I think they have done a lot. They have invested a lot of their money to improve connectivity. And I think those are fruits we are enjoying. Even today, being here in radio generation,
yes,
without connectivity, I think
we'll have a problem.
We'll have a big problem.
People are following and watching live.
We'll be looking for our radios.
Yeah.
Today we are watching radios actually. People are watching us today.
Let me ask you, players like Starlink, I understand Jeff Bezos is rolling his out,
Yes.
Soon. It's called, I think, Low Earth Orbit.
Yes.
And many others, of course, who are coming into play. China, I understand, actually are coming
They
in
have as well.
fast.
Correct.
So when we look at fiber optics, and then now we look at the wider, the folks who are now going to space and beaming back the internet.
Yes.
How are we going? Which is going to be the best option going forward? Because it looks like everyone is going up there. Well,
We're still digging.
We're still digging down here.
Okay, that's a good point. I think there is Geo and there is Leo. Leo are the low orbit satellites.
Yes.
Which is Starlink's and Jeff Bezos' Amazons are operating on. So that's actually a new technology that they found.
Yes.
That they are throwing a lot of satellites which are low hanging, which are able to beam and provide connectivity.
Yes.
But the problem they're still facing, which they cannot solve, I don't know if they will be able to solve, is the issue of latency.
Okay.
So latency is whereby sometimes when you want to load something, it takes a bit of a few milliseconds. Yes. So fiber is of course faster.
Yeah. Actually, fiber has got very low
very low
compared
latency
to every other connection.
Exactly. So that's why I feel fiber, I think, will still be around for some time. Yes. And investment on it will provide more opportunities. It will provide a lot of opportunities.
Yeah.
I think we saw Safaricom recently announced their financials as of 31st of March 2026.
100 billion.
100 billion.
100 billion Kenya shillings.
The first time Safaricom announced 20 billion, that was a few years ago. I was like, who is making 20 billion?
Wow.
In this economy.
This is 100
And now we're talking about 100.
100 billion. And remember, they're actually supposed to do more than this. It's just that they're supporting the subsidiary in Ethiopia.
Yes.
Yes. If it was not for Ethiopia, I think Safaricom now will be nearly 200 or 300 billion. So Safaricom giving us these numbers is a very good projection for economy. And it's one of the biggest companies, I think, in East Africa.
Yeah. And there's a very strong correlation between a country's GDP and its technological infrastructure.
Exactly.
If you look at countries like South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, you know, and I was surprised when I found out that, you know, sometimes you think you're ahead until you look at the statistics and you realize we still have a long way to go. South Africa's GDP is at $420 billion, you know, and their fiber cable reach is at 250 kilometers. You know, Egypt is at $410 billion. Their fiber cable reach is at 150 kilometers. And then Nigeria is at $400 billion, fiber cable reach 120. And Kenya is at $147 billion. And our cable reach is 70 kilometers. Yeah.
You're Mohammed, you're of the idea that connectivity, of course, opens up rural Kenya.
Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe you can expound on that.
So this, with connectivity in rural areas, someone in a rural area is able to access the internet.
Yes.
They are able to do content creation, just basic content creation. Someone in a rural area is able to advertise whatever they are selling there to a wider market. Okay. Someone in a rural area is able to access jobs, online jobs, which are available. But if there was no connectivity, that person will not have that opportunity. All of them will just be maybe standing doing farming. But because of connectivity, this guy is able to access a wider audience, is able to access more opportunities.
Yes.
So connectivity is like, in rural areas, it's like how roads connect communities, connect markets from one market to another. So the same thing with connectivity. So that's why I find connectivity, especially in rural areas, to be very, very important.
Yeah.
Because of high connectivity in Kenya, it attracts foreign investments.
Yeah.
So you can see foreign companies coming and setting their base in Kenya. I think recently you saw
United Nations
Secretary General Guterres was in town.
Yes, he was.
And what did he come to do?
Expand the UN office in Nairobi.
The UN office from 2,000 capacity
10,000
to 10,000 capacity.
And I think they're closing the office in is it Geneva?
Yes. And Kenya will be third with the biggest capacity after Geneva, New York. Now third will be Kenya. That's a big milestone for Kenya.
It is.
It is.
Yeah. And they're not only looking at the road infrastructure. They're also looking at the internet connectivity. They're not only looking at hotels for all these delegates to come, but internet connectivity is also
everything.
Very, very important.
Yeah. But do you think we're ready, or we need to pull up our socks?
No, I think we are ready, but we still need to do more.
Yeah.
We still need to do more because if you look at the level of also unemployment in Kenya is high, which I will go to that as opportunities which are there for the young people to do.
Okay.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, let's jump right in there.
Okay.
What are some of those opportunities?
Okay, if you look at opportunities in Kenya, is like there's something after the Hustler government came in. It's called Hustler ISP.
Hustler Internet Service Provider.
Yes. So I think this is something that came in with the new Hustler government. And with the government now, they also, before even getting a license to be an internet service provider, you had to pay an arm and like, it was very expensive.
Right.
But now with the Hustler government coming in, they found that when you're in a small village, a young man in a small village or a small town, that these big telecommunication companies or big ISPs will not come. These young people will come up and do connectivity. They'll connect small offices, a small petrol station, they can connect a small county office, so that they can get something at the end of the month.
I've been seeing on that Hustler ISP.
Yes.
I have been seeing so many people, so many internet companies. And to be honest, kitambo nilikuwa najuanga Access Kenya.
Yes.
And then of course akina Airtel, Safaricom, and then Jamii
Telecom.
Telecom. Those were Liquid Telecom, yes.
Yeah.
But beyond that, to be honest, I didn't. Nowadays, in my hood, you see, it's like everyone is providing internet. We are now anapenda 19,999 for 10 megabytes. We are nakupatia 8 megabytes at 1700.
Exactly.
Kuna wa 25 megabytes anakupatia na 3000.
Exactly.
They have become so many, but I'm like, the options are endless.
They're endless.
Saizi your internet service provider kikusumbua unamwambia tu wewe kwenda.
Exactly.
Nimepata mwingine.
Na unapata mwingine immediately. Yeah. And I think even the big boys now are really facing huge competition from these hustlers.
Yes.
Because the hustlers, the overheads are a bit low. Yeah, unlike the big boys, also they are marketing.
So they're feeling the pinch.
They're feeling the pinch.
And
of course.
these guys are cheap.
They're cheap.
Say affordable.
Affordable.
Let me not lie to you. Forget affordable.
They're
These
cheap.
guys are cheap.
How much? Cheap is what? How much are you talking
You can
about?
you can get connectivity for as low as 1,000 bob. Yes, we're talking about unlimited internet
For a month?
For a month.
Introduce us.
From 5
Plug
megabytes,
us.
it depends now where you live.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're there.
Actually, speaking on that point, I think there's a time we were having a conversation with someone from Safaricom, and they were saying, and they were just brainstorming and discussing how they can now compete with these hustlers.
It's impossible.
Because they were telling someone was
Awapewe nafasi yao.
yeah, person was telling me,
Yeah.
imagine the hustlers are like pay as you go. Because you're in your house, maybe in the morning you leave your house, you go to work.
Yes.
Yeah? You come back in the evening. So no one has been using the internet the whole day.
Yes.
So you only pay
for what you use.
For what you use and when you're in the house. Which big companies didn't have a solution for. But the hustlers had a solution for. They tell you, I'll give you a package between maybe 5 p.m. up to 9 a.m. in the morning. Yes. And you'll pay half of the price.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the so are you concerned about AI in any way, in terms of how fast so many AI solutions are coming up? China recently launched Kimi.
China has launched about 1,000 AIs.
Yeah. I think the one I saw recently was Kimi, and I tried to use it. I was like, it's still not where I needed to be to be able to be used. But they keep on launching and mushrooming every day.
Exactly.
But how is this going to affect the human element? Because we just talked about jobs right now. And AI is, for example, kuna watu walikuwa wanaitwa researchers who have become obsolete. Because AI can do what researchers used to do in 6 months, in seconds.
In seconds.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So how do we, as a creator, as a creative in this sector, in the ICT sector, you find solutions, design them and whatnot. Are you also thinking about how we should balance this with the human element? Because also, technology was not, it's supposed to make our lives efficient, but not to replace the human element. At the end of the day, we have people that need to pay bills and earn a living.
Correct. What I'll say about AI is that AI is not actually coming to take up your jobs. As graphic designers, or actually the people who are creative, people in the creative field, industry, it's actually coming to make your work easier and your life better. Because as a graphic designer, now you have an opportunity, instead of working movie with me directly, maybe I'm the designer, you're the one who always calls me. Now I can put everything of mine in AI.
Yes.
So that if you require tomorrow movie that I want to design, maybe polos, notebooks, I just want designs. Instead of calling me, I'll send you a website or something. Please put what you want. Put your logo there. Yeah. Put your logo there. It will design it for you in seconds.
True.
And you have it, and you pay me for the service.
No, but hang on a minute. So there's that, but let us also admit that Kenyans, generally Africans, the world is very resourceful. Young people are going by themselves. They're finding websites. There's Canva. There's whatnot. So you're designing and you're just sending to a printer. You're not paying the person that used to design.
Yes.
So let us also admit that there's some of the jobs that we used to know them as they were are going to be obsolete soon. If you think about AI and where we're going, most of the children born after 2025, most of them are going to live without degrees, offices. I mean, the way life is moving. So maybe the discussion we can have, to be very honest, is also what advice would you give for some of the people within these sectors to also adjust and move on to the next thing? Because there's once upon a time kulikuwa na call centers kila mahali. Unakumbuka? They became obsolete.
They became obsolete, yes.
Yeah. So, and then now came the crowdsourcers, also almost obsolete. Then, so and also AI and technology keeps on changing every day. And I'm also in the governance and tech space. One of the things that we're looking at is how do we digitize elections in Africa. I personally do not understand why.
We are using ballot papers until today.
Exactly. And in this digital age,
yes.
Ati wa Kenya wameenda ati wanatafuta where to register as voters. It is literally, I honestly cannot process why we are doing that.
Exactly.
Ati you want to change from this
Polling station.
station to that, you have to go physically to a
Yeah.
constituency office.
Yeah.
Nobody is giving young people transport. Nobody is. So while we look at all these things, can we admit that yes, the entry of technology has shifted a lot of things. So people must shift and adjust with the times.
Of course.
Because unless we say that, then people will keep crying and saying we don't have jobs, AI took our jobs. No, you have to go with the times. And by the way, it's going to get, more tech and more tech.
Exactly. No, I agree with you. People have to actually adapt the change. Because there's a time I was talking to my graphic designer. He had called me. I think I normally use him when I prepare my presentations and my proposals. So when I finish everything in Word, I used to send it to him for him
to make the visuals.
Arembeshe. So all of a sudden now he's telling me, wewe kazi siku hizi imekuwa AI, you don't even look for me.
Okay.
Nikaambia no, this was something basic, but now you need to give us over and above. You need to actually adapt to this. So I think they need to use AI to actually take the advantage, because it also shorten the time frame for them working. Yes.
Yeah.
But also AI cannot replace human intelligence.
It cannot.
That's the other thing, because the over reliance on AI is also a challenge.
Yeah. But remember also AI, all these AI things there are people behind it who've written. Today, like you Google, can you give us the fuel prices example for Kenya for the last 6 months? They'll just take it from
what people have already
fed it. Yes, someone has written maybe in Standard, in NTV. People have been saying this.
Yeah.
So it will just pick that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It won't create its own
Exactly.
information. And you will even see the citation.
Yes.
This one is from CNN, this one is from BBC.
And by the way, as people keep researching and using AI, you're training the system.
Exactly.
Yeah. The other thing is that if institutions as serious as the judiciary have also been caught sometimes using AI to write judgments. And I know the CJ has been very vocal about, not allowing certain things to happen. Because you can imagine, without the understanding of the case, you cannot just go online and pick material and say, what do you think this judgment should be like? And then...
But you see, if I may chime in on that, you can use AI even to do your assignment.
Research,
whatnot. But you need to go back and check. Because even AI has a disclaimer. It tells you, but now we can make mistakes. We are not human. Please counter-check your work.
It does a lot.
In the case of judiciary, if you can just write a judgment and say, okay, this person is guilty of murder and this is the judgment that we have preferred on him and da-da-da-da-da. Then you just tell AI, just write it in a way that would make sense, for example, or write it in Swahili or write it in Chinese. But at the end of the day, once it has finished, you proofread and see. Inaweza kuwa imehukumu mtu kifo na kufa.
We should not underestimate how many lazy people exist on this planet.
Oh yeah. So now that is on them. If they do not do the proofreading, they don't go through their own judgments, and that's on them. But you need to. It is a tool, just the same way we have a laptop. It helps you. At least me, I have very bad handwriting. If I write something, you won't read it. But my computer will help me at least have it well articulated.
Have you interacted with Wakili AI?
No, I haven't.
So there's an app, I think a friend of mine is called Naftali Nyebuto. He's the creator of Wakili AI.
All right.
And he has this app that is so efficient. It has analyzed cases, judgments, jurisprudence. So you put in what you need and it gives you a brief. Sometimes even just going to lawyers is expensive. So you pay like a membership fee and then it. Yeah, so...
Because consultation for lawyers is expensive.
Exactly.
And you're not even sure how you'll go about it sometimes. So if you have such a thing, you can always...
Yeah, so just to show you how technology is really, across the sectors, it's working.
Exactly. So the other thing I'll say also is Kenya's... Most people, expect also government to hire them, which I think government's... main objective is to be a facilitator for business.
It's not too high.
It's not too high. Government is to make sure radio generation is online today. They have power. They have working environment. They have safety, security, and now businesses will thrive. Because look at Kenyan civil service. I think it's less than 2% of Kenyans are hired by the government. Less than 1 million people.
Yes.
Out of 50 million people. So what will the 49 million people do? Yeah.
You're
Good
right.
question.
You're right.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
What will the
Yeah.
49 million people do? People have to do something. Yes, and they have to do businesses. And I'll tell you, ICT is also one of the best businesses to go into. Look at software development. You need maybe basic skills. You can get basic skills. It will take you 3 to 6 months to get coding knowledge and all that.
How many months?
Maybe 3 to 6 months.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That is basic coding.
Okay.
And with that, you can start making mobile applications. You can start making websites.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a company nowadays even operating in Kenya that doesn't have a website. Most of the companies will have a website because everything is online.
In fact, we are working with some young people living in informal settlements, and we have partnered with different types of people from the high end to watu wadogo ambao wanajaribu. Now, so you find that honestly, even just small trainings are making a big difference, even in informal settlements kama slums, ghetto, where young people are trained. There's even a project called African Girls Can Code. Unapata, in fact, it was started by a Somali Kenyan woman lady that is doing such a phenomenal job of, she's an engineer, an ICT engineer, and they train whatnot. Actually, they're currently funded by UN Women, and there are so many also NGOs uptaking this kind of opportunities.
Yeah.
So maybe if you can highlight a few things, most likely there's a listener somewhere wondering, is there a place where there's like a training? Is there a fee somewhere? Is it free? So that people can get plugged in. Because also one of the challenges we have in this country is youth unemployment.
Yes.
And I feel like you rightly mentioned, ICT has so many opportunities.
Yes.
And these things you can do them from your house. You don't need transport. Bora tu uko na internet na mbuvi ameplug, watu wanasema kuna mpaka ya 1000.
Bora uko na internet, uko sawa, na uko na smartphone. Sometimes even you don't need a laptop.
Yeah.
Na uko na smartphone. You're good to go.
Yeah.
You're good to go.
In terms of government policy,
yes,
what are we currently having, and what can the government do to improve?
I think government as a facilitator for business, I think there's a famous saying going around now, tunataka power.
Si ati unataka power.
Tunataka your power. But the power we're talking about here is also electricity. Yeah. And with the fuel prices also increasing, the electricity prices have also increased. I don't know if you guys have seen.
Yes.
By 4 shillings. But no one is making a fuss out of it. People are complaining about fuel. But electricity prices are high. And once the electricity prices are high, also internet prices will also go high.
Yeah, many
because
things.
Internet uses electricity as well. In the news recently, I don't know if you saw, there's something about Microsoft. Microsoft was planning to build a $1 billion
data center in Kenya.
But it has been shelved.
Why?
Lack of power. They have to Kenya has to shut down half of the country's power
for them to power
the data center. I think it's something also the president was talking about recently in Ethiopia. We import electricity from Ethiopia. We don't have enough electricity. And I think it's a space that the government should actually do more to improve on electricity.
Oh, so that's a gap that really needs to be looked into.
Yes.
I don't know about this data center thing, because in places where, like in America, in the states, some of the states where they have like these huge data centers by Meta or by Microsoft, people in those particular, let me call them counties, those particular counties actually are complaining a lot.
Yes.
What exactly would be the advantage of having a Microsoft data center, for example, in our country?
A data center locally will help us localize our data. They're saying nowadays data is the new oil.
Yes.
So imagine your data or anything that belongs to movie today is out there in another country. Why don't you have everything
Data is
locally?
big business.
Data is big business. So even it will also provide more employment opportunities. Because imagine the Amazons, the Googles, they don't have, now they have some data centers in Kenya.
Okay.
But if there's Microsoft data center, more businesses will come, especially the cloud-based businesses as well. They'll come here locally. Yes, and it will provide a better opportunity for everyone. And the prices, even for cloud storage, emails, how much are you paying for your emails? Everything will go down. Yes.
So there's some good coming out.
Exactly. So apart from that, also what we require is we really need to manufacture. there is no way as a country we can provide employment to all these youth. I think Kenya's youth is a high number now. Because they were saying, I think, is it in 2027?
Yeah.
Itakuwa election agencies, which is true. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And most of these people are unemployed. And the only jobs that you can hire a lot of people at once is manufacturing jobs. I'll ask you something. Why do we have USB cables imported?
From China.
From China. Oh, basic.
There's no reason.
Basic USB cable. You want to tell me Mbuvi, Brenda and Mohammed here cannot make a USB cable?
We can.
If they come together.
Yeah. We'll just rely on your brain a lot, but it will get done.
Yeah? So the other thing is, there's a day I met one of my clients. So I was giving him my business card. The guy he's from a foreign country. He looked at the business card. He's like, hey, it's a very nice business card. Where did you get this business card from? I was surprised and looking at him. I told him I just got it here from town. I don't even know the person who sold me.
Yeah.
So he's like, I didn't know Kenya, you can make nice business cards like this.
Come on.
Yes. I was shocked. Then I was like, where? He gave me his. Then I was like,
where did you get
yours then?
Who did this for you?
Who did this for you? He told me, I didn't think Kenya produces anything. I got this one from my country.
No. Who is that? Please tell me the person. Sita mfanye kitu.
You should have told him, I didn't think your country can make such ugly things,
But Kenyans really protect their country.
Yeah. So I think government has to help in policies. I think you have seen basic things like toothpicks are made from foreign countries. We don't want to name the countries here.
Honestly, we
They're made
import
in China.
toothpicks.
Yeah, we import toothpicks. That's something shocked me.
Yeah.
It's
bad.
Yeah, it's bad. So why don't government come up with policies? There is a project they had called Taifa project for laptops projects.
Yeah.
So it was a good project. So things like laptops, I think now they're trying to do something with the phones, but I don't know how far they will go. Because Taifa project, I don't know, is anyone using a Taifa laptop?
No.
Have you seen a Taifa laptop
that
outside?
I know of.
It was a JQuat project.
Yes, it was a JQuat project. And I think...
Have you seen them? Are they good?
No, I've not seen them, but I have seen them taken to schools. I've seen them in schools. Yeah, because it was a government project. But we expect now such initiatives now to be put commercially, to be commercially viable, so that someone can go to a shop and buy a Kenyan assembled laptop.
I heard the president talking during the French summit. He was talking about Kenya manufactures phones, and I was like, "Do we really manufacture phones?"
Yes, we do.
Really?
That most people don't know. Yes, we do.
Okay.
But the project they're starting to manufacture the phones is for SHA.
Do we assemble or we are manufacturing?
We assemble them here.
You know, assembling and it's the same thing.
It's not the same thing, but it's a good start.
It's a good start. Yeah. Okay.
It's a good start. Before we get the technology behind manufacturing, let's just buy these things in
from
parts
somewhere,
so that we even have employment of people arranging these parts.
Yeah.
The same people
They also
tomorrow
build skills.
will build skills and they will manufacture these things for you.
Yeah, that's true.
So what the government needs to do is they need to put regulation so that importation becomes expensive. They put high tariffs on importations. We can start with basic things. Let the president just say.
But you see,
cables.
high tariffs na tayari taxation inatuua, please.
No. We want to promote local industry.
I understand.
Yes.
Yeah, but
we want to promote a local
But you
manufacturer.
see, currently, before it picks, fine. So as young people are building skills in assembling and whatnot, if they put high tariffs on most of these imported things, especially when you're talking about gadgets and phones, offices are young people zote ziko kwa simu.
Of course.
Yeah, and even as the Finance Bill 2026 is talking about increasing the cost of phones and gadgets.
Yes.
You know?
I mean, we can start with the basic things. Cables.
Yeah.
As we go
Mm.
higher. Because cables, I think they are basic things that we can manufacture here.
Yeah.
So we can start with tariffs, placing tariffs on those ones, so that we give opportunities to business people to open manufacturing plants for USB cables and these small things before we go to phones and laptops, because that's another big opportunity that is there.
And I usually look at the map of Kenya and I see that we have got a lot of space. Unless mimi nakuanga sina macho mzuri. I usually on a serious note, like I usually look at the map and I'm thinking the number of factories we can have here. For example, in the northeastern area of Kenya, we are complaining a lot that it's a dry place, and rightly so. But I'm thinking that's a very good opportunity for us
Of
to do a lot
course.
of farming.
Of course.
Yeah, I was speaking to he's called Abdullah Alas, and Alas was saying that in that area alone we can do lots of farming, of course through irrigation. Might end up being expensive, but in the long run, we can have the prices come down. But we need to start at one point.
Of course.
Then now let's look at the factories as well. I'm thinking we can have factories there. What is so hard about maybe mimi ndio sielewi.
Alafu tena, the leaders from that region, I know there was a conversation, there has been a conversation on and off about the regions, the leaders in the northeastern region, coming and basing everything in Nairobi instead of developing
the local area.
Yes,
there. Yeah.
because there's no reason why you will have a governor in Wajir and their entire Kichwa is focused on investing in Nairobi.
It's very unfortunate.
So what are you doing for your people?
I thought we need to do a lot for our people, and there's a lot of things that have to be done. Let me take you back a bit to how Kenya is vast and the issue of northern Kenya and all that.
Yeah.
Kenya built a road from Isiolo to Moyale. Okay? I think it's nearly 500 kilometers. They've also built a road from Eldoret to Nadapal. Another, I think, 600 kilometers. And what was the reason and basis for building those roads?
Tell me.
They wanted to connect to the neighboring countries, the neighboring landlocked countries, so that Kenya can supply Ethiopia, Nadapal they can supply South Sudan. Until today, I think like the one for Isiolo Moyale, that road was completed in 2013. I think 2014.
Okay.
Yes, 2014 that road was completed. But until today, the border is closed. Same with Nadapal side. It was completed, I think, like 3 years ago.
But the
border is closed. Now we are building another road from Isiolo to Mandera, which is very good. I'm so happy about that project.
Yes.
Yeah. Finally, I'll get to see tarmac in my village. In my lifetime, actually. Yeah. But the government has to do more in terms of policy.
Okay.
Because brick and mortar, I find brick and mortar to be more problematic and a big headache to raise the finances to do the actual construction than diplomacy. I need to go discuss with the foreign minister of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is only being supplied through Djibouti.
We can be an option.
Why don't we take an ICD to Isiolo? Yeah? ICD port in Isiolo, everything comes. Isiolo, Ethiopians come with their trucks. They clear.
They take them back
They take
home.
them. We can supply the whole western part of, the whole southern part of Ethiopia. South Sudan. South Sudan nowadays, all their cargo comes through Kenya, by the way, South Sudan. But they pass through Uganda. Nimule to Juba.
Okay.
That distance is longer by nearly 300 kilometers. The distance between Nadapal to Juba is around 350 kilometers. Kenya government can even build for them. Because it will provide Kenya's factories and Kenya business people more opportunities.
Yes, I agree.
Yes. So I feel the government, in terms of policy, they just need to do more.
Okay.
In terms of policy. That is now the diplomatic solutions. Sitting down with the presidents and all that. Because
but Mohammed, we have a lot of experts in our governments, county governments, even in the private sector, such as yourself. What is so difficult about advising government?
I think sometimes is priorities of government. Because and also I feel 5 years is not enough. I'll just be very honest. 5 years is never enough.
That's why we have a re-election every 5 years.
Yes, and sometimes that's actually our bottleneck.
Okay.
Because what time will this guy sit down and strategically think, how can I develop this country? How can I expand this?
I think I can answer that for a minute.
Yes.
I'm not a politician, but I It is because every successive government or every government after the last one, they want to do a lot of things within a short period of time. And I believe that's maybe part of their failure.
Yes.
If I were president today, or if I were to campaign to be president, I think I'd just promise people just like some 4 things.
Basic things.
Hey, and I make sure I do them very well. Just 4. Healthcare, for sure. Security, education, and I'm forgetting the third one. Education.
Yes.
Just cost of living.
No, there's something else I'm forgetting, but I'll do like 4 things and I do them very well. Then when I'm done with those ones, I come and tell you now, I have some other 4 I need to do in the next 5 years. Consider me. But I feel like every government, including the Uhuru Kibaki, they all wanted to do 99 things in one 5 year.
172 promises.
I
think Buvi, everyone, all these leaders when they were coming in, they also had some pointers. Just the same way you had pointers. But wanasemaga situation kwa ground tofauti. So I think because if this guy comes in a whole 1 year before he sets up his government, he's just setting up a government in the whole 1 year. And actually that 1 year bado kuna makesi if someone is taking you to Supreme Court.
And by the way, truthfully speaking, any government coming into power, it takes roughly 3 years to settle in.
Exactly.
That is standard across the world.
Exactly. So according to me, what I was feeling is, if we make a mistake as Kenyans, can we make one mistake for 10 years?
Okay.
We live with that mistake for 10 years.
Hey, Moha, 10 years is long. 10 years.
But the good thing, that guy has time. Now, you're going to an election.
Unasema kama kiatu inafinya tu.
Ikufinya vizuri.
Mpaka upate. Those hard things are called what?
Blisters.
Blisters.
No, calluses. Calluses, yes.
Yeah, ikufinya vizuri tu. Because if you look at it, this guy does not have time to think. These people don't have time to think. Because these guys are supposed to think strategically.
Yeah.
Well, how can we help? This guy will only think about, hey, next year is the election.
But you know, when a king has wise counsel, his reign is peaceful. So it also matters who is around you advising you. Yeah, because as a president, honestly, if you have people who are questionable around you, who are tumbocrats, very
people
busy.
Have a problem.
Yeah,
it will be a big problem. It's true. You know that there's times before I used to blame politicians and our leaders. Nowadays I don't.
You stopped.
I stopped.
You blame yourself as a voter.
I blame myself.
Okay.
And I blame my fellow Kenyans.
That is excellent.
We've come to the end of the show. I'll allow you some closing remarks.
Thank you very much for having me here. It's been a pleasure. The bridge to cross is no longer about innovation but inclusion and infrastructure depth. Kenya has built the digital front end, and now the next phase is strengthening the backbone and providing more opportunities for young people. So thank you very much for the conversation. I really appreciate it.
Asante sana.
Karibu sana Mohamed, tunakukaribisha siku nyingine ukuje tuongea about this digital stuff, because clearly nimeona umesema kampuni how many billions again? Tutakuja tuongee hiyo pesa. Tuone venye tutasaidia Wakenya wengine zaidi.
Na Wakenya wafanya kazi tu. Kuna Hustler ISPs. CA is giving community license now at 5,000 shillings only per year.
Wow.
To be Hustler ISP.
That's a very affordable.
Very affordable. You need probably like 100,000 shillings just to start.
100,000?
100,000 only.
Okay.
Maximum of 100,000. And you can start and you can sell internet. Yes. And you can earn 40,000-50,000 a month.
That's amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Sawa. Folks, this is where we come to an end. Thank you so much, Brenda, for coming through. This has been a breath of fresh air. Umefanya kazi mzuri sana. The audience has also appreciated you.
Thank you so much.
Tunakaribisha tena pia wewe.
Thank you so much.
All right, sawa. This is where we come to a close, guys. See you on Monday, bright and early. Right now, though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto has directed that diesel prices be reduced by 10 shillings following April's June review. This means diesel will now cost 222.8 shillings per litre, down from 232.86. The president said the move is aimed at stabilizing fuel pump prices in the country. President Ruto was speaking today at State House, Mombasa.
I have further directed, after consultations with the leaders present here from the transport sector, and we had many hours of consultations with them yesterday. I have directed that in the pricing cycle, next pricing cycle, we are going to further reduce the price of diesel by a further 10 shillings for the June-July cycle to help stabilize pump prices and provide additional relief to consumers.
Meanwhile, Matatu Owners Association President Albert Karakacha has announced that the planned Matatu strike set for next week has been called off. Speaking at State House in Mombasa on May 22nd, 2026, Karakacha confirmed that transport stakeholders will not proceed with industrial action over fuel prices. The stakeholders had earlier suspended the strike for a week to allow negotiations with the government.
We've called off the strike. We had suspended the strike, but we've called it off. So we will not have strike next week. We are going to work. Thank you.
DCP Deputy Party Leader Cleophas Malala has criticized President William Ruto's administration, accusing it of excessive taxation, wasteful expenditure, and abandoning campaign promises. He said rising fuel prices were burdening ordinary Kenyans, while leaders continue to live in luxury, and further alleged that the government had failed to account for taxes collected from citizens.
It's quite unfortunate that this government prioritized the matatu sector only. How I wish they had an all-inclusive approach to address the issue of fuel. Because fuel affects farmers, it affects matatu owners, it affects manufacturers. Yes. Basically, it affects every aspect of life. And therefore, they would have widened the engagement of all the stakeholders. Yeah. And it's quite unfortunate that such a scenario is happening at the benefit of one person.
Yeah. Countries kama Ethiopia, I believe it is, prices gone up and there's no maandamano, but Kenyans kind of feel special to go to the streets or refrain from going to work, or people pulling their matatus from the streets. What would you say to that?
Two things. One, Ethiopia has not increased its price.
Okay.
Ethiopia is still cheaper than Kenya.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has warned universities, colleges and examination bodies to strengthen checks on academic certificates ahead of the 2027 general election. The commission says they are concerned that some people use fake certificates to qualify for elective seats without studying or meeting the required qualifications. Speaking at a workshop in Kisumu, on behalf of EACC CEO Abdi Mohamud, Western Regional Manager Eric Ngumbi said cases of forged certificates usually increase as election approaches.
The EACC urges universities, colleges, examination bodies and the regulators to strengthen their internal controls, including examination and qualification systems, to protect the sanctity of academic certificates.
You go to any public office and demand for verification of the documentations, a quarter of staff will be having problems. So, as officers of the committee of the board, commissioners and of this committee, we must be able to insist and stick and weed out forgery of academic credentials.
And that's